Don't have everything completely set up here. Let me see if I can get... Oops, that's not what I wanted to do. Okay, let me call up Amiga of Rochester. See if this actually works. Oh.
Yeah, you're good. I got you.
Okay, cool.
I was just letting Discord be able to do its little hover over thing.
Nice. Okay, what's microphone? Is it coming through nice and clear? Because Discord doesn't show me which microphone it's coming through on.
Not sure. I mean, I'm on my phone, so.
Oh, there it is. Yeah, microphone 2.
Yeah, I think you could go into the settings and change it.
Yeah, it's a little bit cut off here. Let me see. Weirdly enough, it's like on the top of the screen here. There we go. There we go. Okay, that should sound better. All right, you can still hear me there?
Yeah, it's about the same for me. So
it's about the same. Okay.
I'm gonna go ahead and jump to your channel on my. There we go.
All right.
Yep. Okay. Got video now.
Let's get my Twitch chat out. Okay. We are ready to rumble.
I did not consider what I'm gonna have to use my computer for the audio because I can't mute you on both, on YouTube and on.
Yeah, that makes sense. You should still be able to hear everything I'm saying here, but it's going to be like.
I need the video though, because I need to be able to see what you're dealing with.
Yeah, it's going to be what do you call it? Delayed. What's up, Jinxie? Welcome to the stream.
That's fine though. I mean, for the most part, I just need to see what the board looks like. So.
This poor guy right here.
Actually, it's pretty live. Very minimal delay.
Nice.
Like when I said, so that's good. All right. Okay. So, typical damage on the.
Yeah. And then we got. Let's go ahead and show you up close here. Get this power supply out of the way. So I had to run a bunch of traces, so it's got flux all over the board, but.
Yep, very expected. All right, so this is the area we need to focus in.
Come on now, focus for me.
Or lack of focus.
I know you want to. All right. So I replaced...
adjust your white balance.
Should be good though, no?
Alright, so Yeah, pin. So it looks like you had pin 64 be bad.
I believe that's pin 1. This guy's
The
64.
lowest one would be pin 64.
Oh, this one here?
The chip's upside down. So on your that pin's 1, on the other side's pin 64.
Yeah. Hey, RB King. Hey, guys. I got Amiga of Rochester on the phone here with us, if you can hear him, and he's going to be helping me try to figure out what's going on with this Amiga. So stand tight, guys, and pay attention.
That's not the original socket, right? You replaced that, I'm presuming?
Yeah, I replaced the socket. I'm thinking this
All right,
resistor pack might be bad.
You could tell. So the very top pin's going to be ground. You should have, I think it's 4.7 kilo ohms between each. It's a bust resistor pack.
Okay.
So I would start there. Start at the very top. Put your black probe, and then each one. Wouldn't surprise me. I have had it happen, but it's not super common either, because those resistor packs are potted.
Okay. So red on ground on this for diode mode?
It technically doesn't matter because you're measuring ohms.
Oh, okay, so we're actually just measuring. Let's see here. Auto.
You should, like I said, it should be either 10 kilo ohms or 4.7.
4.8, yeah, 4.8 there.
Yep. Okay, yep, that's good. Just go down the line. You should have around the same thing.
Let's see. 6.6 on the second one.
I mean, that's high enough that it really doesn't. So the idea is this is just keeping the bus pulled down. It's actually that might be 5 volts, but either way.
Okay, so we have on the fourth pin here. If we can get it to read here, well, what is going on here? Huh. It's on nanofarads. Why is it on nanofarads?
Sounds like you're measuring capacitance.
Okay, yeah, 10 kilo ohms is on ohms. There we go.
Yep.
Second one's going to be 3 kilo ohms. Third one's 9.26. Then 3 kilo ohms on this guy.
Yeah, you're going to see, because the way the system, and that's pretty common, if you were to take it out, that all sounds right within what I would expect.
Okay.
It's got to do with other parallel resistances and whatnot.
Okay.
So let's go back to the damage area. Have you already gone through and checked? Well, first, let's see what the board is doing, because we don't know what color screen we're getting, and that really brings up some questions. Because again, it could be yellow, which would be that you probably have a bad data or address line.
Sure.
Green, which would tell me more than likely you have a bad connection to those 2 buffers on the far right there, next to the big bank of RAM. That's fairly common. So we want to first see what the board is actually doing now that you have a monitor.
All right, I'm hoping this monitor here works. It works on my Amiga 1000, so I'd assume that it works on this.
Yep, they're all the same.
Okay.
Yep, that'll work all the way up to the 4000.
Right.
This would not be the first time I've had to solve one of these being broken over video chat.
Yeah.
I'm not joking.
That's fucking awesome. All right, let's see here. Video.
I need to steal your camera setup there. Mine's on like a crappy microphone setup. It works, but it's just not as elegant as that. I'm assuming that's a clone of the Amtech or whatever it is.
It's the Amtech's the Flux. This would be an Amscope, yeah.
Amscope, yeah, that's what it is.
It's not actually it should be a real Amscope. I got it from Amscope, so.
Oh, then it's a real one. That must have been man. You got a bigger budget than I do, and I do this professionally.
Well, I don't know. It wasn't that much. Like, honestly, the stand, the microscope, the ring light adapter, I think it was like $800, and then the camera was like $300 or $400. So.
Yeah, my knockoff one was like $150, and that took me a lot to justify. But let me tell you, it was worth it.
Yeah, we do a lot of stuff here, like PS4s, Switches, Not really much Amigas. This would be the first one I'm repairing. So let me get a power cord for the monitor.
And PS4 and Switches. What am I watching? Northridge Fix here?
Yeah.
Hey, hey, see you got the. Oh, look at you! Hey, it's funny what I can make out. You got that quick 861 DW there.
Yep.
I see that. Yep, I got the same one.
Nice, dude. Yeah, and I'm using a Hako 951. It's nice
Yeah, I
units.
see you got those T12 tips. I use a knockoff. I use the KG. What is it? KSGER or whatever it is. I've used that for like almost 3 years now.
Yeah, nice,
And
nice. Yeah, I get most of the stuff authentic, like the Hako tips I get from Hako. A lot of people say the Chinese ones are fine, but
yeah, I've used the Chinese ones for years. I use an FR301. I won't skimp out on that ever. I want to get the more expensive kit. I forget what model it is, but the one that's got like the big where the motors or not the motor, but the pump isn't part of the. You know, it's funny. I've actually never seen one of those. I know people that have had them though. The midget racer. I
yeah.
just never personally seen one of those. I've seen a lot of the other expansions.
Welcome,
definitely
Phil.
wait to try that.
Yeah, so it does have some battery acid on some of the pins here, but it should be okay.
You have an ultrasonic, I assume.
I do, yeah. I haven't thrown it in there yet. I scraped some of the
Yeah,
pins off.
I'm assuming you're using Branson EC cleaner.
I am. I'm not really. I don't really like the crest that I have, though. It doesn't seem to really do that great of a job. It doesn't even get the flux off the board, which is kind of surprising to me.
I have like a 30-liter tank, and I find that it doesn't do a good job with flux either, but everything else comes off the board. So for me, I can live with that as long as I clean the. I mean, it'll take most of it off, but maybe I just don't have enough EC cleaner in there. But I would just stick this. Don't take my word. Do not bother with that. You want to be able to test things, so I would just pop that. Yeah, stick with the 6800 for now.
So yeah, this is another one that I had laying around. It's
just stick with that.
C8N64. It's the same one that's in the actual, in the midget racer. So I guess we could just pop this guy in.
Yeah, always test with the bare minimum, as with anything. Especially because what you might find is like it'll work with one thing, but not, because what you need to happen is that midget racer needs to properly handle bus arbitration, and if you have a pin missing, it might not work, so you'll get weird results. So whenever I test these, I start with just the CPU.
Okay.
My only concern with that socket is make sure that CPU's in there firm, like you can't wiggle it. I actually don't use rolled pins. I ordered off of I don't remember where I got them from, but they're almost OEM replacements for the 68K sockets, which is kind of nice.
Okay. I'll have to look into them. Yeah, the other Amiga that I have another board that it looked worse than this one, but all I did was throw it in the ultrasonic cleaner, and when I took it out, it started working. And that one, the CPU works its way out of the original socket because of the corrosion that's in there. But this one seems nice and tight now with the replacement. So.
All right, then. Well, it depends on what replacement you use. Some are good, some are trash.
Yeah.
But yeah, let's see what this thing's doing. I'm curious to see what color we're actually getting.
Yeah, let's plug this power cord in here for the power supply, and I've checked the power supplies. They're definitely both working with the other Amiga. So, all right, so let's turn this guy on and see what happens. I did throw this in my ultrasonic last night before I left. It looks like it's not doing anything right now.
All right, so what I would do then is make sure your ROM is firm. Yeah, it would do something if it was doing something, so it's probably not doing something. So make sure the ROM is firm, because you won't get anything if the ROM... Like, these won't... Yeah, make sure that... Now, this, I guess, presumes that... you said you were getting something with black and white?
Yeah. Yeah, I can plug that in real quick too and see.
Trying to think. So you want to make sure you need. So for booting, you need Gary. See, you need Gary. Denise is your video, so you wouldn't get anything without that.
Yeah, let's check the. Let's check
Remember, right
composite.
now you don't have a cable connected for the composite.
Yeah, it's somewhere around here. Let me see. It's just using
Don't feel
it.
bad. I just cleaned my desk yesterday, and I had an empty, Q-tip box, and I had so many capacitors. The box was full.
That's funny.
Yeah, we do a lot of Macintosh and Amiga repair. Let me tell you, that's a thing where it's like, I envy you as far as like doing. I know the Switch a lot of the times it's the the USB controller, and PS4 it's usually, well, the Xbox I know is retimer a lot of the times. Um, I've been wanting to get into that stuff, but it's just way too much. Like, what is wrong?
Yeah, there's a lot of stuff. I have a lot of classic Macs myself. I did the Mystic mod on my Color Classic with the 640 by 480 mod on that.
Yep.
That's pretty nice. I have a couple other Macs, Mac 2GS, the WAS edition. I have an Apple II, have some SEs, SE30s, some LCs, a bunch of stuff. I got too much shit. All right, so
the flux isn't gonna be conductive, so that shouldn't.
Yeah, it just looks like there's still battery acid on this board. Even it just you can
If you
tell.
ultrasonicked it, then it should be mostly benign.
So yeah, that's what we get through the composite, which is like a gray screen.
I have a feeling that is just I think that's just like probably the capture card trying to render nothing. I don't think that's actually a color in this case.
Okay.
It's probably just because it's got composite sync.
The CPU might be dead.
My expectation here would be you would have gotten a color screen on, assuming that the output of your, if the monitor works on a 1000 and it'll work here, that tells me then the system's probably not starting.
Okay.
Because with the ROM you have, you should get at least a gray screen. That'll be the first thing it does, is set the background color to gray.
We got green now. Unless that's just the cord.
I'm suspecting that CPU socket or that CPU. Tap around, make sure that, maybe it could just be you had a bad connection on the video, but I would make sure that socket's reliable. You don't want to be, so if you turn it off and turn it back on, is it still green? Because it won't do anything now that it's set. Denise has already been told to output green, Okay, that's good. Now, here's an important thing we need to do. Remove the... Okay, good. Yep, it's still green. So, remove your CIAs.
Okay, so that's what I don't know. Are they the two guys up here?
They're the two guys at the top by themselves.
Okay.
Yep, those two. Remove them. We want to just make sure that the system doesn't turn on green without them, because that would mean that there's some other fault. As long as basically what should happen is without those, it should turn black.
Okay.
I've seen 500s, which a 2000 is really just a 500 with a Zorro bus. Where without the CIAs, it'll. I usually use a pretty beefy screwed flat blade. That way I can, rock it side to side.
Yeah, I actually don't have too many. Let me see. Funnily enough, I don't really use flatheads very much. So.
As I say, because most of the stuff's either Torx or Phillips.
Pretty much, yeah. Or like Tri-Wing for the Nintendo stuff, or little screwdrivers like PH00 or.
like that little screwdriver though. It's for adjusting voltages.
Oh, this one is?
Well, that's why it's coated up until the metal.
Oh.
It's so you could stick it in places that might be near metal. Or are those hard to get out? Those, I'm surprised.
No, I'm just a puss and I don't want to break anything, so.
No, let's understand. I just wanted to make sure that they weren't like crusty as, you know.
No, there's no corrosion on these pins. Come on out here, you bugger. There we go. All right. So you want me to turn that on now?
Yeah, yep, go ahead. It took a few. Wow, I'm actually surprised. YouTube's only about maybe 2 seconds behind you.
Still getting the green
That's
screen.
Not good. That's not good. The CIAs are part of the boot sequence. So that would almost tell me then maybe you have a short between like 2 of the data lines or something. And that's because yeah, you should have nothing right now.
Okay. It was doing more yesterday.
I wouldn't be running that or cleaning that while it's on. Remember, alcohol still got water in it.
Yeah, it's 99%. I've never had a problem with it. I dump it on shit when it's on. It never hurts anything.
I'm paranoid with other, but yeah, my thought would be because I'm curious, if you take the CPU out, what does it do? Because it should do nothing, but if it does, like, we want to start eliminating potential causes.
Yeah, I don't even know if this CPU is good, so.
You could take the one off of the other thing. It's possible it's bad.
Yeah, because it was actually doing something with the midget racer yesterday, so I should either try it with just the midget racer in, or.
Yeah, no, that might be worth trying. Yeah, see what it does. At this point, yeah, it's possible the CPU has got some fault, or it's just not making good enough contact.
I'm also not, like you said, I'm also not too impressed with the socket as far as my installation. So I did check all of the pins from the sockets to the U106, 105, because I saw the schematic and it goes to these. I don't know if they're like registers or whatever for the RAM.
They're gonna be probably buffers.
Okay,
Everything on this is pretty much buffered. If it's a 2.4, I think a 2.45. Yeah, I think it's a 2.45. There's different. There's multiplexers.
Yeah, 2.45s and the 3.73s.
I'm curious, if you turn it on right now, does anything happen? Like, I'm curious what it does before we put the midget racer on. Yeah, we should not have green right now.
I wonder if this switch on the back. No, that's analog and digital. So, but that's really weird because I wasn't getting that as far as I know. Well, I mean, I couldn't see the screen, but I wasn't getting that yesterday, and I was getting the 10 beeps or the LED code like I was telling you. But I know you said don't worry about them, but it was getting something. I don't know if it's getting the LED code anymore.
Well, the CIA is part of the LED code. Yeah. All your chips are pointed to the left, right? The Gary's pointed to the left, and
the Agnes is pointing to the right, of course. I think the arrow underneath it was.
Yeah, whatever the dot on the Agnes should point to the arrow on the board.
Yeah.
One.
Mm-hmm. And then of course the kick starts up, and then the rest of them are left, and then this guy's up. So I don't know if the ultrasonic maybe
without the ROM.
Without the ROM in it.
To figure out if there's anything that could be faulty here, because you should not have any color while the system is got no CPU.
I'm thinking that maybe the green is not green, like this cable might be bad on this thing. But
wouldn't it be bad on your 1000?
Yeah, it's been a while since I plugged that in, but you're probably right. Yeah, it probably is green then. All right. Let's take the kickstart out.
Yeah, make sure. I mean, you could double check, but I mean, you could always plug it into your. But I would doubt, that all of a sudden those cables are pretty robust.
Yeah.
So my thought would be, it's likely you have still a damaged via in that area, and it's more than likely just a floating pin.
Yeah, God dang,
If
this
not,
one is.
yeah.
This socket does have some corrosion in it that I didn't switch this out yet.
Having to really think here, because I don't know if I've ever ran into. I ran into a 500 with that problem, and that was bad CIAs. But that was when. But once the CIA was removed, it was in green anymore. It was only when the CIA was present.
Now this guy's hard to get out compared to the other ones.
Yeah, so that corrosion is conductive.
Yeah.
So we definitely want to like see, maybe there's something going on with that chip. Maybe because that corrosion can leach into that epoxy.
Yeah. Yeah, it's pretty bad on
Wouldn't
this
be the
port.
first time I've seen a bad ROM actually.
Yeah, I've swapped the ROMs to the other working 2000 board, and they do work.
Okay, then probably not the ROM, but it could be.
Good lord. I wish I had the pin puller.
Yeah, that's crazy. I could usually just, crank it, but it seems like it's
Jesus. Yeah, that's some dirtiness right there. Where is my bottle? All right. Well, so you want to turn it on without this on there? Or?
We should get nothing. Like, the system should be dead. Green is real. Again,
Okay.
we're assuming the.
Now we're getting black.
All right. I would suspect that socket on that ROM is causing a problem.
Yeah. It is really dirty, so let's just clean it real quick and see, because it was working yesterday, so it might have been when I ultrasonicked it, maybe it put some stuff in one of the things, and definitely need to replace it, but
Oh yeah. If you have a dual wipe, go with those. Don't. I find dual wipe will be more overall compatible.
like a ROM?
No, dual wipe socket.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't know.
Gentle
Honestly, I don't have
wiping.
too many sockets, so I'll have to look, but I don't know what I have.
All right, let's see what happens when we put that back in. Now, that doesn't mean that the ROM is bad or the socket's bad. It could mean a connection to the ROM is bad. So, or.
Okay, so we're getting black screen now, with it back in.
Perfect. Okay, throw the original CPU in.
Well, yeah, this is not the original one. It's another one I had laying about.
The normal 68K.
It's the same one that's in this accelerator card. Let me just throw this in. I know you. Well, it's the same one that's in the accelerator, so I could put this one in.
We can just throw that on if you want. Let's see
what
happens. Let's go for. Maybe something different. Now that we've cleaned it up, maybe you got it.
Maybe, yeah. Let's see here now.
You gotta be careful with those pins, because getting new ones is not cheap.
Yeah. Okay, so we're still getting a black screen, and that's without the CIAs.
Oh yeah, you gotta put the CIAs back in. That's absolutely my bad.
That's okay. No, it's good. I just wanted to make sure that we were doing everything in the steps that you wanted to, because you are the Amiga man.
I'm one of them.
Hoping to learn from this experience.
Oh, how do you think I started my business? I literally fixed a 2000 that I broke, and it took me 2 months, and 2 years later,
Nice. Hell yeah. So, looks like we're not getting anything on the screen.
Okay, yeah, and everything is back. Okay, so I would be curious to see. Yeah, but.
Yeah, nothing. I'm curious if it's still getting that LED code, just to say we're at the same exact spot.
I mean, if you have the LEDs, have you verified connections to to the socket to the Kickstart ROM?
I think I did some. Yeah, I took some pictures of a video this morning that had all of the traces there, so I could see them. So I don't think we're going to be getting this LED code, because yeah, I should take this CPU out and put the other one in, because I can't reach the Kickstarter or even do any testing with that in. But it's not getting the code now, so
Yeah, let's take that off. It could be any number of things. You got those CIAs in the right way, right? It doesn't matter which one goes where, they're the same.
okay.
Funny enough, I think if I'm not mistaken, they are the same. They're a distant cousin to the one in the C64.
Yeah, this thing is pretty dirty, but we'll go ahead and put it in anyways.
You don't have a fiberglass pen?
I don't know. I do not. I actually ordered a little grinder pen, but it hasn't came yet. I don't know if that would be wise to use on it, and I should have a fiberglass pen, but I haven't.
Well, you got to be careful, because you'll remove the. Actually, what might be better is some.
Now we're getting green.
Now, what I don't know is whether or not that.
Huh. Back to green.
If you remove the Kickstart ROM, does the green go away? I just want to make sure we're not running into weird oddities. If you remove the Kickstart ROM and it goes away, then I can trust that it's probably actually, doing what it should do.
Yeah.
I just want to make sure we're not getting some weird, bus, conflicts.
Still green. That's super weird. It could have something to do with the socket that I put in, I guess, or the CPU is just bad. I should just take the one out of the midget.
Yeah, take the one out of the midget. Make sure just in case. I don't like.
Yeah, I don't even know where this one came from. It's just been sitting around. Oh, that came out real nice.
Oh, they use roll. Is that a roll pin? Yeah.
It is, yeah.
You got a scope?
I do.
Is that in right, or is that upside down? I can't tell. The notch should be at the bottom.
Oh, whoops. Yeah, no, I had it.
Yeah, the text was in the wrong spot for me. Yeah.
Good eyes.
Good eyes that before the delay kicked in and you turned it on.
Yeah, I don't know if that would have done anything. Would it have?
Yes, it could absolutely short out that CPU.
Oh, geez.
Because you have voltages going to where voltages shouldn't go.
Still got green. What the hell is going on here?
It's very weird we have green without...
Yeah, that's strange. I'm still wondering if there's stuff inside the sockets, but I mean, we could start checking lines, I guess, but where would you start if the green screen's there with all this stuff happening?
I would first verify my connections. I would make sure I have no shorts, would be my first thing. But
between pins on the CPU?
Yeah, between the data and I would go. What I usually do is I go from the top right, go down the side.
So each pin?
Yeah, and make sure nothing. You should have basically no. Well, you might have ground, but that's about it. The only thing I could think of is it's possible that you have like a data line or something that's not going to ground, or not going to ground, but to one of those resistor packs.
Mm-hmm.
So the problem with the revision 4 boards is there's really no schematics. So they, the only ones that exist are for the revision 6.
How do you know this
Those
is a
are
revision 4?
because it's got the resistor packs on it.
Oh, gotcha.
Those were removed in like revision 4.5, so it's probably like a revision 4.2 or 4.1.
Yeah, there was a lot of heavy corrosion in the bottom right of this CPU. Yeah, so far nothing as far as shorts go, but
You're going to be passing. So at this point, you can safely test only the first 5 pins on the lower left, or the lower right, because those are just going to be your data lines. You're probably because the first 5 are. And then what we'll do is we'll make sure that they all have continuity to.
yeah, do these first 5 pins go to the kickstart ROM?
Yep.
Okay. Yeah, these
Yep,
first 5 pins aren't bridging to anything, at least on the right
so we
hand
can
side.
probably assume there's no. Yeah, we can assume there's no shorts then.
Okay, so these guys you're saying go over here somewhere?
Yep. So 18,000 static. So
Okay, pin, what is this? Has 20 pins on each side, so it's 22. Is that 20 pins?
yep, yep. I'm just getting the schematics up. I have to duplicate the window here to. Hey, that's good. What, U500? Yeah, U500. Okay, so.
And let me apologize to my YouTube and Twitch chats right now because I am absolutely 100% not paying attention to any of you guys right now. I have Amiga of Rochester on the phone and I don't want to waste his time, so I'm just paying attention to him. So sorry about that, guys.
All right, so pin 13. So what I would do is I would start with going more than likely it's a data bus issue, not an address bus issue. So pin 5 should go to pin 13. So the first pin I give you is going to be the CPU. The second pin will be the kickstart.
Is it 20 pins on each side of the kickstart?
Yeah, it's 40 pins.
Okay, so 13's good. 13 and 5.
Okay, so the nice thing is it's on the kickstart. It skips 5 every. So it skips 2. So right now you're on 13. The next pin is going to be 15.
Okay.
So just jump down 2, and that should go to pin 4 of the CPU.
Okay, it is.
Okay, and then pin 3 should go to 17.
Yep.
And then pin 4. So we're going down. So pin 2 should go to 19.
To pin 2 to 19, yep.
And then pin 1 should go to
21, 22.
22.
Okay, they are.
Okay. And then pin 64 is D5.
Would go to 5?
Let's see. So let's see. Hold on. Because the numbers are a little weird on this. So we are on.
24.
Yes. Yep. 24. Then 63 should go to 26.
Yep, and then 64 to 28. And then up 2 again. Oh, this one doesn't do anything, so.
Hold on.
61.
It's because it's not. So 61 is D8, and that actually goes to pin 14.
Okay.
It resets on Kickstart. It's pin 14.
Okay, that's fine.
So yeah, 60. You're on 61. You said.
60 now because the 61 was working. Yeah.
Okay, so 60 is D9.
Six,
That would be pin 16.
okay, that's good.
And then
18 for the next one. That one's good.
yep. And then it just goes
Pin 20.
so well what is it? So 12 57 is going to go to 23 because 22 was the other
Gotcha.
what
And
pin
then
are you on?
probably to 25. Yep. And then 27. And then 29. And then actually after the 29th pin or whatever this is, let's see, 64, 3, 2, 1, 60, 59.
29 is the last one.
So pin 54 goes to 29. Pin 55 on the CPU goes to the next pin up. Oh, that's ground, I believe. Yeah, that's ground.
So pin 55 should not go to ground on the CPU.
64,
Pin
3, 2, 1,
55
60.
is
55. Sorry, not
27.
55, 54, 53, 53. My bad.
Yeah, that's probably ground. Well, it's certainly not the data lines, and it's not the address lines. So yeah, it's ground. I'm assuming.
That's so weird.
Okay. So do you have a scope?
I do. I suck at using it.
All right. We need to check the obvious things at this point. So put the kickstart back in. Let's we're gonna rewind our focus and check a few of the common fault points or things that have almost the same scope. You have the digital storage one though.
Yeah, some dude walked into my shop one day and was like, "Do you want a scope?" And I was like, and I was like, "I'll give you $80 for it." And he was like, "Okay." And I'm like, "Sweet."
That scope's gotta be worth like $500.
Probably. I don't know. It's been a while. Like I said, I'm not really good at using it, but new retro repair Dan was helping me out with it. So, so you want to use the scope right this moment then?
Fuzzy connector on the front of it. Looks like a SCSI connector. But yeah, we're gonna want to put Kickstart back in.
You want to put Kickstart back in?
Yeah, we want to basically get the bus to be properly.
Up. Yeah, up. It's weird. The CPU goes down, the Kickstart and everything else is up. That's so weird.
Yeah, I think they ran a majority of the data. I don't know why they did. I'm assuming
Why are
the
you
data lines.
green, you bastard?
Well, that's what we're gonna look at. So get your probe, mounted up.
Okay. Got to get another power cord because I usually don't have all this stuff hooked up at once. Let's see. Actually, no, I have another power cord over here. Wait.
Well, the good thing is we know all the chips are good, so it's definitely a board fault.
Well, I've checked the Kickstart and the Agnes. Well, the Agnes, I did this one particularly. I didn't check. This one came out of the other Amiga 2500, but the one that was in here is working in the other one. So I just kind of assumed that this one that came out of the other one probably works too. But that doesn't need to work, right, for it to.
Oh, it absolutely needs to work.
Well, I mean, like it won't give us the green screen, will it?
It could, yeah.
Okay.
Agnes stands for it's like arbitrary. It's the memory arbitrator, so it handles all chip memory. So on an Amiga, you have chip memory and you have fast memory. It's there's also slow, but so chip memory goes through Agnes, and basically it's a DMA controller.
Trying to see how I can put this that I can also see it.
That's good. I can see it well enough. If you could get rid of the
Yeah.
what do you call it? The blue screen there from your that would be enough for me.
See if I can. I guess it's gonna have to go like that then.
It's fine. It's more than we're gonna use auto ranging anyway. So since I have a similar scope, I know mostly how to use it. From or at least I know how to use yours because I have a Rigel. So what you're gonna want to do is you're gonna want to find a VCC pin, so we can get this. So in that case.
Don't I want a ground? Oh, I see. Don't I want a ground pin though for this?
Yes, you do. But you also want a VCC pin. So just attach it to. So how long is your lead?
It's pretty damn short, actually.
Why don't you grab some wire and we'll just like tack it to a ground point and then.
That sounds like a good idea.
Because otherwise, that's going to be a royal hassle.
Does this connector 606 to the left of the CPU? Let me see if this has a ground on it.
I mean, any of those chips are going to have a ground on it. Which connector was that?
Yeah, it's the top pin on this connector for ground, so I'll just solder it to there.
Yep, that connector is useless. It's not used for anything. I think it's left over from like testing or something because it doesn't actually do anything.
Huh.
It's just got the IPL outputs on it, which are the. I think it's meant for being used on like expansion cards.
Okay. That's good enough.
Yep.
Okay. So
Just attach your clip to that. Make sure it's firm and isn't going to come out.
yeah, it's pretty good.
All right. So what you want to do is pin 21 on the kickstart is 5 volts. So start there.
That doesn't look like it's doing anything, but I could have the probe set wrong.
Your scope is auto. So hit while holding it there, press auto on your scope. Is it on?
There we go. You're right. Shut up, multimeter. Yeah, it's on auto. I'm not getting. Oh.
The system has to be on.
There we go. Yeah, it's got 5.
Okay, I just want to see where the. Okay, that looks good. So while you have it there, press. Wait. So leave it on there. I just want to because. All right, that looks good. Okay, so while leaving the system on, I'm assuming we still have a green screen.
Yeah.
Okay, go to. I lost my other window. Where is it? Really, where'd it go? Did I accidentally close it? All right, whatever. Duplicate. So go to pin. So we want pin 17.
CPU or kickstart?
Yep, CPU.
17.
So remember, pin 1 is the lower right.
2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 17. Okay.
All right. So that's bad. That means that there was a bus conflict and the CPU is halted. Now, that doesn't necessarily mean that that is due to... Now, what does pin 18 show? I wouldn't do it because you're guessing. A lot of those signals are going to be varied. So what's 18? That 18?
Yeah.
All right, so that means the system is
Hey,
out
Joe.
of reset. So yeah, so halt is... All right, so what I want you to do is press... I wonder what our time base is. All right, let's make sure we have a clock. So what's pin 15?
15.
Yeah.
And this one, the one that was halted or whatever, what pin was that? 17?
I'm 18.
Yeah,
You're
17,
on
16,
18.
15. That's 15.
Okay, so press auto on your scope.
Looks like crap.
Give it a second and it should look... Yeah, that's pretty typical. Because it just needs... that's about what I expect it to look like, actually. Alright, so go back to 17 and turn the system off, and then turn it back on.
Turn the system off and back on, and go to
I
17?
want to see... Yeah, because I want to see what Holt is doing.
So there's 17 right there. Let's do
Now,
auto.
remember, nope, leave it the way it is. That should be... the time base should be pretty good. That...
I turned auto off, and it went to there.
Yeah, well, is the system on?
Yeah.
Alright, actually turn it off and turn it back on. I want to see... Halt should go high and then go low. The question is it always low?
Should I turn auto back on?
So what auto does is it sets all the, like, so adjust your, because right now you're basically at, like, the max of the scope. So adjust the horizontal, time base. That's the first knob, I believe. That's, I think, is that the horizontal or the vertical? I don't have the scope in front of me.
First knob
so...
is vertical.
Yeah, so what's your time base at right now?
20 nanoseconds.
So you go a little higher than that.
Like 200 nanoseconds, 100 nanoseconds.
Let's say 200. So what that's saying is that for every division on the scale, that's 200 nanoseconds.
Okay. And then
so
we're
that
at...
means that the scope is... so the higher you go, the less the scope is going to trigger or, whatnot.
Okay, and we're at 1 volt.
Actually, that's what we should be using is triggering. So let's just do yourself a favor. You have a marker nearby?
Yeah.
Mark the chip where pin 17 and 18 are. Because that way you can take your probe away and, like, do other stuff, but know quickly where you should be at. You can pretty much turn the system off for the moment.
Again, sorry, chat. I'm not paying attention to you guys. I'm talking with Amiga of Rochester to try to fix this, so stay tuned for more advice.
All right, yeah. So reset's high. So system's coming out of reset. What you want to do right now is we need to set up a trigger.
Okay.
That could be the buffers. I doubt it, though.
That's so weird.
So do you know how to use triggering on your scope?
No.
Okay, so hit the trigger menu button.
Let's see. Trigger menu button. Don't see that. Let's go back. Nope.
On the far, nope. It's on the far right of the.
Oh, okay.
scope.
Yeah. Okay.
And then, so I'm waiting for it to. So you see the one that says, so you see where it says auto? Press that. That's the fourth button, I believe.
Oh, my bad. Not that auto. So yeah, it says mode. It's function, I think. I don't know how to get to that second button. Oh wait, maybe that's auto. Yeah, auto.
Yep. So set that to normal.
Okay.
But you can set to single actually for
Okay.
what we need here. And then just to select push in on the dial there. There you go. So now we need to adjust the trigger. So to adjust the trigger is that little right where you press that menu button, that knob.
Uh-huh.
So if you turn that, you'll see a little line that goes up and down. That is setting. What are we at? What's our time? What's our voltage base?
1 volt.
So, okay, go. Can you get to off like 3?
I can get 2 or 5.
Increase the horizontal. Go the other way. You're lowering. That's basically you're setting the millivolt range. You want volt range.
Well, it says
That first knob, turn it to the right. You should see it say like millivolt, 100 millivolt, 200 millivolt.
Yeah, 500 millivolt goes to 1 volt, then goes to 2 volt, then goes to 5
Leave it
volt.
at 2.
2 volt.
Leave it at 2. That's saying that every division is 2 volts.
Okay.
That's fine. So now if you adjust that trigger, you'll see you can go higher.
Yeah.
So basically, so set it to around 4.
The trigger?
Yep. So what we're doing is we are saying to the scope, when you see the signal for channel 1 go above 5 volt, whatever we set that threshold to, we want you to basically stop and take a snapshot of the thing. What we want to see is the Holt line go high, and then it'll basically probably just go low.
Right.
And if we really wanted to get fancy, we could do like, we could trigger on other things, but we're gonna go ahead and go ahead and put your turn the system off. Okay, it's already off. Put your probe back on pin 17.
And then turn it on?
Yep, and then what we should see is that line go high, and the system.
Yeah, this run is red over here. Does it need to be green?
Yeah, turn off the system and then press it again, and so single shot will stop the scope,
Okay.
so that you can analyze the signal.
It stopped. Yeah, it captured that and then stopped.
Right. So that means it went above our trigger. So that means the system is coming fully out of. So yeah, the system is definitely halting due to a bad, either an address line or something like that. Have you already checked? You said you already checked all the signals to like 105 and 106 and 104, 103.
Well, I didn't check the signals. I just checked to see if they were connected to the CPU, and they all were.
You checked both the address and okay, yeah. So that's all data lines.
Just the one side of the chip. I think the other side of those chips goes somewhere else.
Yeah, it's a buffer. It's a 245. It's the buffer for the Zorro bus. So what I would probably do at this point is be checking every connection on the CPU and making sure that it goes, where it should go.
Right.
Because so halt can happen. It's a tri-state. So, or not tri-state, but it's a in and out. Gary can do it, and so can the CPU. Likely not Gary that's doing it, but let's check the LDS and UDS signals. Those are fairly common to be bad. So on pin 10 of Gary, you should have continuity to pin, I said 10, so pin 8 of the CPU.
2, 4, 6, 8. Okay, yeah, we do.
And then pin 7 of the CPU to pin 11 of Gary.
Yep.
Okay? Really, really hoping to find something that's not right. You said you swapped the Agnes, right?
Yeah.
What jumper is that? What jumper is what is jumper? Yeah, I don't remember what it is. Where is it? It should be on here. It's like J101 or something like that.
Yeah, 200's the PAL NTSC. 301 is over by the video ports. 300 is over by Paula.
There should be one right near Agnes.
Yeah, that's 302. Oh, wait, there's 105 above it as well, but right below Gary.
J105. That doesn't exist.
Oh, sorry, J101. You're right. Yeah, it's not C. That's a capacitor. J101 is right next to
J101. What is that set to?
I think it's 2 and 3 because the 1 is to the right of the connector.
Try 1 and 2. Make sure the system's off, obviously.
Yeah, do you want me to turn it back on now, though, after I switch that?
Yeah.
Still got the green.
Interestingly, though, it seemed like it took longer. Like, there's 2 connections. Really wish I had a board in front of me. I mean, I have a bunch of them downstairs. I just don't want to get off my chair.
Oh, it's instant.
It's okay, not that one, not that one. J500.
J500.
So it's going to be, I think, right under the, what Agnes do you have installed? An 8370 or a 72?
72.
Okay, so that's good.
I'm going to put the J101 back to its original position for now.
Yeah, that's fine. That'll give it a full, a 1 megabyte of chip memory. So that's fine.
Okay.
All right, what other signals could be ruffling this? So let's go back over towards the dam. Can you zoom back into the damage area? I want to just start taking a look at those traces.
Whew, got so much stuff over here. Let's see if I can pull that over. So let me see if I can just get it focused on so that you can see it. I don't have to necessarily see it because I can get more of the screen if I just let the camera focus. Okay.
Okay, so
that's part of the damaged area. I mean, there's obviously quite a bit more.
those all look okay. You fixed those 2 lower ones, right?
These guys down here. Yeah, I believe so.
Yeah. Just make sure that those both got full continuity.
Through the bottom of the board too, or just
Just to their other, like, wherever they connect to.
components? Yeah. All right. Let me zoom in here and.
Hold on. Go back. Check the one right above those. That one looks sus. That one, I can't tell if that's broken or not. The one so go up a bit.
This
Yeah,
one?
that one. Yeah, is that connected on both sides? So if you touch the metal blob and
Yeah, it's going to the trace.
not that one, the one below it.
Actually, no.
Fix that.
Yeah, actually, no. I'm
You're
surprised that I
welcome.
missed that. Because I,
Don't be. Don't like this stuff's hard. There's so many of them. I've caught shorts. I've caught like when I first fixed my own board. Like, by the way, where do you get your flux from?
I get it from eBay. It's just Kingbo RM 218, RMA 218.
It's I thought you used Amtech.
No, I just have the Am scope. I didn't really like the Amtech. I got some of it from Northridge, and it was super duper expensive. It was like 10 milliliters for like $15.
You ordered it. I could tell you ordered it from Northridge Fix then.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Rossman has 30 milliliters for 16.
Oh, that's not bad.
No, it's not.
I'll have to try that because I actually
It's the
really
same
like this
stuff.
Kingbo.
I don't understand. So you're using? Is that .01 millimeter wire they sell?
40 AWG.
That is thin.
Yeah, it's awesome. It's enameled too, so
I like enameled, but I don't. If I'm
yeah.
doing a long run, it's good. But if I'm doing short, I just use Kynar.
Yeah, no, I like that stuff too. I use that for my like mod chips and stuff. That might have been it, that one wire, but that might have broke when I did the ultrasonic. Let me see. Where's my damn razor blade?
I wouldn't. The ultrasonic's not harsh enough, I think, to. I would just hold the wire in the air and just turn it on, dude.
Yeah.
Let's see, because I'm an eager person, like, you know.
Yeah. Like, I just want to see if it works. All right. Damn it. Still got green screen. But maybe
Let's
that.
keep looking around. Like.
Yeah. Where is my razor, though? I need that. Here it is. Yeah, let's keep looking around here. I also, like, through the bottom.
We likely found, you know.
But good catch on that one. I didn't even see.
I check if there's a via that you haven't patched, we should check it. Like, that's the general rule with these.
Okay.
So I would check every single one of these and make sure that it's making, you know, contact.
Yeah.
Now you know why I sand away all this stuff.
Yeah, no doubt. This one looks bad too. Right here. I don't know if it is or not, but
Yeah, it does look sus. I'm not gonna lie. So you said you ordered a grinding pen. Is that the one that they're selling on Northridge, or a different one?
I think it might be the same one, but he's charging like 30 or 40 bucks for it, and I got it for like 13 bucks on AliExpress. So I was like, yeah, I'll take that.
You should have continuity. I can't hear your beep, so.
Oh no.
No, I think it's just because
Yeah, this is good. This is good. This is good. This is good. And this also, I believe, goes to this pin here. And that's good. This one goes to this pin. Oh, you can't see that. This is a shitty area here. I had to run traces through here, but let's see. First pin does not go here. I believe it goes here, and that's good. I forget where this one goes. This one goes to the 64th pin, I think, the resistor pack, and I think that goes to 64. Yeah, and then, oh god, Sorry, is it focusing and unfocusing? Let me just put the manual
Yes,
focus
it is.
on. Then it won't do that.
Probably because of the depth.
Um, this one, yeah, I think I checked all of the resistor packs too. That goes to 2. This guy goes, what is this? Nasty chunk of niceness. Let's get that on out of there. Pin 3, I don't think pin 3 goes to the resistor pack.
It should.
Should? I don't.
Because I think all the data lines are held high.
Yeah, because I don't think the third pin's going to the resistor pack.
Give me a second, I got an idea. Let me grab
Oh yeah, it is. It's going to this pin. Okay.
It doesn't look like it would be the third pin.
Okay, so it's way up there. That's super weird that it's way up there. That's good. That's good. That's good. I mean, all of that seems good. There was no more battery acid up past like halfway up the ROM chip, so it's basically everything here now. It does look really bad down here, but I figured this is probably not necessary for it to boot.
All that stuff's necessary. Like, so let's go look towards like that stuff, but not as much. You'll definitely want to eventually clean it up. I recommend removing the keyboard connector, in fact, because that's an annoying place for things to happen.
And I did run this
That's
trace.
all. Yeah, that's all clock circuit stuff, so that should be okay.
A couple here that looked kind of funky as well. I didn't get to. But this side looked good. There was one trace right here that I did.
Yeah, that all goes towards the expansion slot.
Did one trace up here as well.
I believe is there no traces on the bottom?
Yeah, there are. Not too many though. I mean, the only ones I'm worried about are if these ones like that look nasty. If they're making, I put wires through them, so they should go to the other ones. But what if the ones I didn't put wires on aren't making contact through the bottom? That's a pain in the ass to test that all, but.
Yeah, I was gonna grab so there's an Amiga 2000 reproduction board.
Mm-hmm.
That there's a sprint view of where I can, like, it's not perfect because because the way they did it, but
And everything up here is good too, I think. Yeah, we can look.
There are two chips next to
Hi, Jaden.
we've already checked. So we checked all of the address lines towards Kickstart.
Mm-hmm.
We have clock. hurt to double check that everybody is.
Didn't check the readings on this though, the other resistor pack, but
Did you remove the resistor packs?
did I what?
Remove them?
I did remove both of these. Yeah, it still looks like garbage though.
Did you put them both in the right direction?
Yeah, I believe so.
The dot should be at the top.
Let's see. Can't really see them actually from this side here, but I think I did because when I took them off carefully, and yeah, I literally cannot see what's written on them. Oh, okay, it's on this side. The line, yeah, the line is on the top sides. Yeah.
Okay.
You should be able to see. You can't really, but this one you can see the beginning of the line. And this one, don't snap. Oh, maybe not. Does that one have the line on it? I can't tell. I think it does. I think there is a line on there.
Usually it's like a dot.
I don't know if that's a dot or not.
I can't make it out.
I mean, there's writing on this side, and there's not writing, I don't think, on the other side, so it's like rubbed off.
Yeah, it looks like a dot. Maybe.
Yeah, I can't tell. I'm pretty sure that I did, though. Like, I took them off and laid them aside really carefully. Yeah, these look just like doo-doo. Oh my goodness.
Was there any damage over by the by U604?
604 is the on the other side of the processor slot.
Yeah, I think so.
Just a little bit, but not really damage. Like, there's a little bit right here underneath the connector, and U604 is right here. And there was a little bit of corrosion on the slot, and then these two traces here that I didn't touch up. But U604 itself looks fine. Minus this area here below U604.
Yeah, that's all clock circuitry and battery charging.
Yeah. And I guess there was, looks like maybe a trace here. It's a little bit damaged, but that's fine. Oh geez, Phil, you didn't have to look for the mouse for the Amiga that late. I got a master Amiga tech on the phone here helping me out with this one. See if we can figure out what's going on with it.
My problem is I'm looking at something that's already been gone over, which
Yep.
makes it even more difficult.
Yeah. Yeah, it's difficult. I can flip it over and show you the bottom, but I think that the bottom looks better than the top. I'm just surprised that it's not doing anything, because it was doing something yesterday, and all I did was drop it in the ultrasonic cleaner, so I'm not sure what caused the change. You should see the other board that I have. That one looks, in my opinion, worse than this, except for I don't think it was damaged because obviously it works still, partially at least.
Right.
Oops. Let's get rid of this wire here. So we got the CPU socket here, and oh, there's some goop there.
It's probably not.
Oh, there's some battery corrosion in there though. Huh. That wasn't there before. That must have been from the ultrasonic. So these are the resistor packs here. And the other side of the CPU looks good. There was one bad trace. And then all of these are the ones between. So yeah, they don't look anywhere near as bad. As long as the wires are coming through these.
Yeah, no, you're probably fine on those.
Yeah, I just don't know if they connect to the top like they should, because the solder's through them, so I mean. Yeah, it looks fine.
Yeah, I don't see any major.
I'm curious if that blob had some corrosion in it, because I don't know. I was assuming that it was green screen last night, but I was still getting the LED blink code, and it doesn't even seem like it's doing that now. A little strange.
It's kind of weird.
I mean, maybe it's doing it. I haven't plugged the LCD or LED in again, so we could plug it in and we could see.
What about vinegar? I mean, yeah, it's good for cleaning corrosion off. Keep in mind, battery, quote-unquote, acid's not acid, it's an alkaline, which is why you use an acid.
Gotcha.
Just make sure you rinse it off.
Yeah, I would assume that all of these solder. The only one that looks questionable still is this one, because there's like barely. But I think I ran the wire through there, so. This one too. Yeah. I don't know.
I mean, I usually at least get something out of them when I turn them on. Like, I don't usually just get...
The green screen.
Try removing Buster.
Try what?
Removing the Buster chip. It's the one in the upper left.
Yeah, okay. Let me see if that removing that did anything by any stroke of luck here. I doubt it, but yeah, we can remove the Buster chip.
No? Yeah, I've had weirder shit happen.
Yeah. Nope. Still green. Alright. I am super confused. Okay. And like I said, I have that other board that turns on, so I could always swap chips with that, but I don't
think your issue is chips.
Yeah.
Just don't know what... I'm trying to think here, like, what... Because it seems like you obviously have a bus conflict.
Jeez. Alright. It doesn't do anything without this chip installed, though, does it?
Yeah, well, it doesn't need it to boot.
So you want me to turn it on like this?
Yeah, go for it.
Green screen.
Why am I surprised?
Hooray. Uh... Did I chop something underneath the CPU when I took it off? I kind of doubt it, but...
When I work on these, I have a relocator board, so I leave the CPU off until it boots with that. Then I know like all my traces are good to the CPU.
Yeah. No, it looks fine underneath there, so... I'm just confused why it was working somewhat last night, because I was getting flickers on the screen and like it was trying to reset or something, and now it's not doing any of that. So I don't know if the ultrasonic, I don't know how that can damage anything, but oh, let's put this on the right way here.
Try reseating Agnes just for, what it's worth.
I hate taking that damn chip out.
Just pop it out from the bottom.
Oh shit, I never even thought about that.
There's 2 holes in the bottom.
What do you put in there to pop it out?
I just use like a small screwdriver and just gently tap it out.
Huh.
Like maybe it's just, maybe that socket's got corrosion or something. Is that socket cracked at all?
It did have a little bit of, I don't want to take that out, so I'll just use my little tool. It had one pin that it looked at one point had been, like, messed with. Like, not the pin, the socket had, like, some plastic damage, but it was not very severe.
Oh, you have an actual PLCC extract?
Yeah, but
I hate those things.
I'm not sure how to use it.
Remember, the secret is to push down, not to pull.
Push down.
And squeeze.
Oh,
you
fart.
Don't pull.
You don't pull up on it?
No. It should.
Jesus.
Itself.
I hate you, Agnes. Let me see. So you squeeze it, right? You push down and then squeeze?
Yeah, but like I said, it's why I remove it through the holes. I don't
yeah.
do it this way.
All right.
Just take a little screwdriver and tap it in there. It'll pop right out. You won't crack anything. I usually leave the power supply on and just flip it around.
Yeah, but it won't fit. I mean, I guess I could have it just like that, but then I'm pressing on bare board.
Yeah, but you're not gonna press on it. Well, you should be able to make that sit relatively flat, but just pulling it forward. I mean, I think you got enough. Yeah.
So you press on it with like a
I take like a screwdriver and I tap the screwdriver. But again, it should fit fully in there. I wouldn't do that. You don't want to damage the board. Like if it's not, is that fitting in the hole?
Yeah.
And you're getting to the chip.
Yeah.
All right, then take something heavier and just like tap on it.
Yeah, it's just that the board flexes.
That's why you got to tap with the tap screwdriver. Like you're using it as like you need like a pair of pliers or something to tap the screwdriver to.
Yeah, I guess I could do that. Let me see. Stupid Agnes. Fat lady.
Yep, fat Agnes.
Is that out? Yeah. she's sort of kind of hanging on there for dear life. Okay. So yeah, a little bit of bent one of the pins here a little bit, but hopefully it'll survive. Yeah. Ooh, she's probably about to fall off, but
Don't mess with it then.
yeah. Okay. And you want to check out this?
Dremel that chip.
What's that?
You don't want to have to Dremel that chip.
No, that's no fun.
I've had to do it. I have actually an Agnes here. I have to do that with someday. Make sure that socket looks good.
So it was just this part. Looked like at some point somebody cut this plastic right here a little bit, but other than that, and the pin was a little bit pushed back, but I think the socket's fine.
Yeah, it looks okay.
See, like right here, there's some plastic damage here as well, it looks like. That could be from me, honestly, because more plastic damage right here. And it'll do green screen without Agnes?
I don't know, does it? That's a good question.
Let's see. Nope.
That's what it should do, because Agnes again controls memory access and arbitration to like if you there's a buffered memory access.
Mm-hmm.
I would just leave that pin alone.
Okay.
It'll quickly straighten itself out when you put it in. You don't want to risk damaging that. Just be very, very gentle. Just move it over.
Alright, so should I put her back in then?
Yeah, just make sure all the pins are there. Make sure nothing broke off by somebody else.
Yeah, no, it's definitely...
You're not going to take that out again, so... And if you do, you'll desolder the socket and rip the socket off before you,
I've already taken it out like twice. Alright, I did scratch the side of this chip with my tool.
It'll be fine. It's epoxy, it'll live.
Yeah. Alright, so it goes this way.
Because wherever that dot meets up with the,
Okay.
Yeah.
Looks fine. Still got green screen. Now we got green screen back. Maybe this Agnes that came out of the other machine is actually bad, because that's the only thing that I changed.
I kind of wish you did have a diagram, only to see if it did anything.
Let me see if I have a 20, because I can program one. I just need to find on the arcade board if I have a 27C400.
Yeah, because at this point that might be helpful to at least see, because it would be helpful to see if diagram can run, because diagram can run with almost nothing.
Let's see what I can find in here.
Bubba. What, kitty?
No ROMs in there. No ROMs there. C80s.
You need a need, I think, what, a Neo Geo?
I don't think I have any Neo Geo boards.
The ROM will be the BIOS ROM. I think the Neo Geo is. I could
I
be
have an
wrong about
AES
that.
ROM, but it's destroyed. Let me see. Or BIOS. GT99. This is Golden T.
Yeah, that's not gonna have that. I don't think that's. Well, it might, but
Yeah, because it's a longer chip, I believe.
yeah, it's four. Well,
I have the
40K.
27C 800s. See, here's a 27C 409.
I think you could.
27C 204.
You said you had a 27C 800. Because the 800 will work.
Those will work?
Yeah, you have to just write the same thing twice.
Oh, is that what you gotta do? Okay, well, I do have those.
Yeah, because wait, maybe I'm wrong. Let's see. That might only be for the CD32. Did you say you had a 4096?
What did I use yesterday? I used, it was a, shit, I don't know where I put it, but I did write, it was a 27C 402, 4002. But this is a 27C 800. I can do that.
Yeah. Oh, will that even fit in there? I think it's bigger than this. I don't. Yeah, I don't think that'll work.
Oh, yeah, you're right. Darn it.
Yeah, it's too big.
I got a 27C 1000. 27C 020.
It's funny because I have an entire bag of these things.
Damn. Yeah, I don't
ordered,
think
like,
any of the arcade boards that I have that chip, unfortunately.
Yeah, I'm trying to. That would honestly, that's only going to tell us whether or not, like, the fault is. I mean, we may go through all that and get the same thing, which would be kind of weird, but it's possible.
I'm tempted to pull the Agnes out of the other 2500 and put it in here, but
I will say I don't think I've ever seen Agnes be bad.
okay.
I will say that. We could try and see how much the CPU is actually doing.
Yeah, we could do that.
We could throw your scope on it and just see like how much the CPU is doing. Like, it may not be doing anything. It may be running one cycle and crashing. You know, it might be a bus conflict, and the CPU is just not getting far enough to do anything. So why don't we do that? Let's see what Let's start with checking that.
Okay.
So get your probe and put it on just on pin 1. That'll be good enough. The only thing we need to do is change the trigger.
Okay.
What I would do is change it from single to normal. What that'll do is it will capture every time a trigger happens. It'll update the display, but it won't. When it goes away, you'll still have that. So we can see like, oh, it updated a few times, or it didn't update. So yeah. So then make sure you turn the scope back on. Okay, so it's waiting, so go ahead.
Nothing. It's still on 2 volts and 200 nanoseconds.
What's your trigger set to?
Normal.
And what
For
was the actual value?
4 volts.
Try zooming out using the first knob, I believe. Zoom out. You can turn it off at this point. So zoom out. Turn. Okay.
Well, that's 2 volts. So you mean go to 10 volts or to?
No, turn it down. We want to basically increase our. But we're not. See, I'm not seeing any. All I'm seeing is that that is that that's not 4 volts though. Like. Yeah, try seeing. You're changing the time base.
Yeah, this is the
What's the
time.
trigger right now?
This is the time here. 10, 20, 50, 100 nanoseconds, 200, 500, 1.
Is that line 4 volts? What's that line that we're seeing across? What's that at?
The trigger line is at 4. The line, what line?
The line we're seeing.
Oh, well, if I let go, it says wait. What is it saying wait for? Run. Let me turn
Just
it off.
adjust the trigger until it was over. Your scope is off. It's.
What are you doing, buddy? Go away.
Probably hit auto, maybe.
Oh, okay, yeah. I was on, so we wanted it to trigger, though, right?
Right, but you gotta go back to the trigger menu.
So you want it to be on normal, right?
Yep. On the rising edge, which is by default. And then make sure, what's your trigger voltage at? You adjust that knob that's above the menu button.
Okay, it's at 4 now.
Try setting it to like 4.2. Like try and get it so that it's not triggering. Like that's the one thing you want to do. And then we need to yeah, so
Okay, 4.4, it's not triggering. Or actually,
right, now try turning it on because we don't want it to falsely trigger because that'll lose our data. Just set it to like 4.8.
all right, 4.8, and then we'll turn it off. And we'll turn it on. Is it supposed to, wasn't it supposed to go, like, doesn't it supposed to go away when you turn it off? Because it didn't.
Only if a new trigger occurs. It could be, the question is whether the CPU is actually doing anything. Like, that's what I'm trying to see what's.
Why can't you just put it on auto and look at the signal?
Because it'll go away as soon as the CPU crashes.
Gotcha. Oh, well,
we're trying to see, like, what is the CPU doing? I guess go back to pin 21, redo auto, and then let's try just with auto and see what that does.
21?
Let's see if we see any on the kickstart.
Okay, 21.
Kickstart.
Okay, we got pin.
Reset your scope to hit auto on your scope. Auto, and that way it'll there. Okay, so now go back to pin 1. Don't worry about anything else. Don't leave everything the way it was. Because you want the auto will adjust your time base and everything.
Yeah. So that's pin 1 of the
I can see
CPU.
your time base is way like it looks like you're at like probably 200 nanoseconds or something like that.
500 US.
So yeah, go that. All right, all right. Let's just turn it on, turn it off, see what it does. That should be pretty sufficient because these ROMs are about 200 nanoseconds.
Oh, you want it at? Do you want it at 200 nanoseconds?
Just leave it where it is. turn it on, and let's. We should see some noise. Just leave it the way it is, and just see what it does. Okay. I can tell our voltage is too low, but other than that, I did see it do something. Try changing the second knob, increasing it a bit.
To like lower, like 500 nanoseconds.
What's on the screen?
What's that?
What's on the screen?
Oh yeah, it looks yellow.
That would be the CPU faulting.
This thing's acting hella strange.
Is your probe on 1 time or 10 time?
10.
Okay, that's good.
Now we're getting yellow.
That should be fine. Make sure your probe isn't shorting things out. Like the ground probe there. You're just kind of dangling in the breeze.
Yeah.
Is that wire touching something on the CPU?
No.
Okay.
Yeah, it's just floating there, but it's not touching. It's got a nice 1/4-inch gap.
Okay, yeah, so the yellow screen, for anyone wondering, means that the CPU has crashed.
How does it change from green to yellow, though, for no reason?
Is the CPU fully seated in?
Yeah, I haven't changed it.
Well, those round pin sockets, like I said, they can be so that would tell me there's a bad trace, because usually the yellow means that the CPU tried to do something.
Thing is trippy.
Yeah, it's a pretty common. Yeah, so the CPU is crashing. That means Kickstart is running. Kickstart is crashing, or so the CPU is crashing, but that means Kickstart is running. So usually that is a bus conflict or something like that. So what I would do is make sure that the data lines are making it to U604, U603.
On the left-hand side of the CPU?
Wherever they are. Because those are the buffered address lines.
Mm-hmm.
And those end up... Those end up going to the Zorro bus, but you always, you know, you could be having an issue where it is weird though. We didn't do anything and now it's yellow.
Yeah. I mean, maybe I did short the probe's ground on something, but I still don't think that would damage anything.
No, it would have just pulled it low.
Yeah, I don't know if any of these connect U604. I'm not getting any connectivity to the CPU. Oh, there we go. There's one. Pin, what's that? 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. Pin 12 to pin 60.
What pin on C 606 are you CN 606 are you using?
The top pin?
What's that numbered?
4.
Okay, yeah, it's backwards in the schematic. Okay.
Yeah, I'm getting 1-pin connectivity to the CPU, but that's basically it from 604.
Okay, so for 604, you should have, actually, yeah, you should have quite a bit. So here, let me give you the pin to pin, and let's see what happens.
Okay.
So pin 2 should go to pin 54 on the CPU.
Okay.
That would be the wrong side.
Yeah, it's going to. I think that's 54, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 60. Yeah. So that's right. Yeah, I didn't get that before. I don't know. I guess I must have skipped over that one. That one's the next one.
Pin 3 should go to 55.
Okay, for some reason now, maybe I wasn't making contact. Yeah, each one down the line goes down the line on the CPU all the way to pin 61.
61. Yep, that's right.
And then the next pin looks like it might just be ground. Yep.
Yeah, yeah.
2, 4, 6, 8, 10. What about pins 11 through 20? Do those go to the CPU?
No, those go to the Zorro bus on the other side. Those are your buffers.
So then 603, same thing, would somewhere connect to the CPU, right?
Yeah, so pin 2 would connect to pin 5.
And then down the line. Okay, so bam, 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 and then pin 2, 4, 6 goes to pin 1 of the CPU.
Pin 6 of U603 should go, yeah, to pin 1.
Okay. Pin 1.
That's all seeming like it's working as expected.
Yeah, and then pin 1 should go to pin 2 of resistor pack. I guess it's pin 2. Yeah. Super weird.
It's all the, like I said, it's all,
back to green. Funky.
Like maybe that yellow was just a bad connection or something weird like that. I don't trust those yellow rolled pin sockets as far as I can throw them. I'm curious to see what it does with the midget on it, because that's got proper rolled pin connections.
Yeah, the round pins. Man, this thing's donezo. I can't believe, though, that this one's not working and the other one is, because the other one looks terrible. Oh, that's right. I wonder if I put the other CPU into the midget, because this is the one that was in the midget, but that's fine.
The orientation's right.
Yeah, it's actually upside down, or yeah, I guess it's not upside down. It's the same way that it's on the actual board. Let me make sure that's not touching it. Still got green. Huh. And I could have sworn that I was... Does it do the composite mono out at the same time as the monitor?
Yeah, it's all pulled from the same... It's pulled from the RGB signals.
I'm just super confused at why it's not doing anything at all today, because yesterday it was doing something, so that's just confusing to me. Or maybe I just thought it was, and green. Maybe it was green screen the whole time, and it was getting the LED blink codes. I don't know. It feels like from yesterday, just from ultrasonic, it went backwards, which is awkward.
Like I said, I would start at this point checking. Why don't we just check every pin of the CPU to where it goes?
Yeah, we can do
Like
that.
we'll skip the address. We'll for now skip like the big stuff, like the address lines. We'll assume for now those are okay,
Mm-hmm.
and that way you're not spending all your time checking those. But we check everything else. Like if it goes somewhere, we check that it goes there. I think that's a good way to kind of rule everything out. There's certain things I think I might, like BG, because I think that only goes to pretty sure that only goes to the bus. Of course, I'm trying to find I'm not sure how I'm going to find that. Yeah, I don't think I need to worry about that, because that's the bus grant. So, but we can make sure that it makes it over to Buster, I guess. But
Okay, so you want to start on pin 1, or you want to start on...
no, let's start with some of the pins we've already checked, because they go to a few different places. So, pin 8.
Okay.
And it's probably a good idea to check the CPU without the CPU in there.
Yeah, what you say without it?
Yeah, so that should go to pin 8 of U605. Wait, sorry, pin 7. So pin 7 of U605.
It does.
Okay. Then pin 8 of U605 should go to pin 7 of the CPU.
It does.
Okay. Then let's look. Pin 9 of the CPU might be fun because of the way the dang schematics represent this. Yeah. It's going to be tough because that goes to RW. Okay, yeah. So pin 9 should go to pin 22 of U301.
Of U301.
Is the CIA.
Okay, you said which pin of the CIA?
22.
22. Yes, it does.
Okay. It should then go to... It should go to Agnes, but there's no way that we're going to easily check that. And then it should also go to 22 of U300.
Of what?
U300.
Oh, yes, it does.
Okay, yep, we're just, like I said, not going to assume anything here.
Sure.
And then it should go to pin 6 of U605.
Okay. 605, 246. 246. It does.
Okay, yep, I can hear the let's check address strobe. So, pin 6 of the CPU.
Mm-hmm.
Could go to pin 30. No, never mind. Hold on. That's Agnes again. Should go to pin 13 of Gary.
2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 11, 12, 13. Yes.
Okay. Again to okay. And then it should go to pin 9 of U605.
Yep.
Okay. These also all should be going to... Wait, when is that? There is that resistor on the bus error line. And now I think about it, I think I have had that. So Go to pin 22 of the CPU.
Uh-huh. So 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18,
Measure
20.
the ohms between that and 5 volts.
Where would 5 volts?
It's the yellow wire on the
Oh, okay,
power
okay,
supply.
okay. Yeah, that's what you meant. 330 ohms.
Okay, it's close enough to 470 probably. Okay. Yeah, at that point, those are all. I mean, there's a few others. I guess we should check before I get ahead of myself here. Oh crap! That goes through a resistor. Your meter might detect it as a short. Pin 21 of the CPU to pin 2 of Gary.
6, 8,
You might want to use ohms mode for that.
Pin 2 to pin 21?
Pin 21 of the CPU to pin 2 of Gary. Gary is the middle chip
At
there
20,
above that.
22 ohms?
Okay, yep, that's what it should be. And then if you what about if you measure to 5 volts?
From that same pin? 430 ohms. 428.
I'm not sure if that's right or not, because the schematics changed and yeah. So okay, that's. I mean, all the pins for the most part coming to the CPU go to where we expect them to go.
Yeah.
We could show the only ones we haven't checked are the interrupt lines. So I guess we'll check those next. So pin 25.
2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 20, 20, 22, 24, 25. I should have just done it 32, 31, 30, 29, 28, 27, 25 to what?
Pin 13 of Paula.
2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 13. 32, 31, 30, 29, 28, 27, 26, 20.
Is it buffered?
Uh,
Yeah, it looks like it might.
That's not going to Paula.
Yeah, it gets buffered by or something along that line. So that should go to U804, pin 9. Wait, maybe.
804. Where is that bad boy? Oh, up here. Pin 9. 10, 2, 4, 6, 8, 9. Yeah, it does.
And then pin 24 should go to pin 7. I mean, at this point, these are probably all fine, realistically.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, and then that one goes to there. Yeah, following it down the CPU, they're all, well, pin 4 of it doesn't seem to.
That one goes to pin, should go to pin 6. Wait, which pin?
804 pin 4.
Well, it won't.
Okay.
That goes completely somewhere else. That gets really kind of okay. So
Sheesh.
at this point, my thought is we're missing an address line or a data line to one of the auxiliary chips.
Okay.
So likely what is happening is you're missing a data or address line to Agnes. The reason I would suspect that is because Agnes controls everything.
Right.
So let's so we need to figure out, so this is where a marker is going to come in handy. You're going to want to mark where like certain pins are.
Okay. Get a better marker. Let me get a brand new Sharpie. Let me do that.
The good news is all the pins, for the most part, are in straight lines.
Okay. Ready to...
I'm looking to figure out where... So, a few things we can determine. By the way, a few things that you're going to go, oh, okay. So, Agnes provides that 7 megahertz clock that's on the CPU.
Right.
So that tells us the reset line is making it to Agnes. The 7 megahertz is obviously coming out of Agnes. You have video, so you have composite sync and horizontal and vertical sync. So Agnes is working, at least in that respect.
Interesting. Yeah, without the CPU, we are getting black, so that's good.
That is good. Actually, that's very good. That means we can trust that our issue is likely just a bad trace to Agnes. It's probably a break somewhere where we're not expecting it.
Yeah, I was checking that yesterday, and I didn't see anything, but it could be, I don't know.
So, what I'm trying to remember is what lines... I want to check the CAS and the RAS lines before we get ahead of ourselves here.
Okay.
Because those are notorious for being right in that damage area and being broken. So... so U541.
Okay, got it.
That's one of the chips right next to the RAM.
Got it.
You want pin 4.
Okay.
I'm not gonna lie, flip this board over, because you are not gonna want to try and figure out on Agnes what pin is what. And if you give me a second, I do not have Sprint layout installed on this computer. I guess I'm not terribly surprised about that. Let me grab it off my server.
I can't just run it across the chip?
Yeah, on the bottom.
On the
so
bottom.
Make sure you remember things invert when you flip it. So like pin 4 is gonna not be in the same spot. Pin 4, when you flip it, will be pin 4 on the right, not on the left.
Okay. And it's going to be from the bottom as well, so pin 4 is 1, 2, 3, 4. And then
right, because you're flipping it that way, yeah.
That goes to this top left pin of Agnes.
Okay, good. Now check pin 6.
That goes to the pin below it.
Yep. And then pin 8, which should go right around the same area.
Yeah, 2 more pins up on Agnes, yep.
And then pin 13.
So it's 9 pins, 10, 11, 12, 13.
That should be right next to the other one.
Let me see if I have it right. Wait, maybe I'm going the wrong way. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Okay. Unless I have it wrong here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Hold on. So pin 1 is in the bottom left of the chip. So you want the third pin on the top right.
Okay. Okay, yep.
Yeah.
Okay, it's 10 pins, okay. That's good.
Okay. I was really hoping it was one of those.
Yeah.
Because that's Alright, I guess we start the address lines, which now I have to figure out how they get to Agnes, because it's kind of a bit of a weird, oh, right, they're right, there's no data lines, right, because of the way it works. Okay, so the good news is, like I said, they're all clustered right around each other.
Mm-hmm.
So in that regard, it's not going to be, too bad.
See, there's still a lot of battery acid looking stuff on the bottom of here. It's you know how it looks. I don't know how to explain it, but dull or whatever.
Yeah, that board will never look, right again.
Beautiful again, yeah.
The only thing I'm trying to think of is whether or not we would have. Well, I guess we could still have video. Actually, a diagram would probably help here. Because we would be able to, it would probably tell us the exact, but, I mean, if you factor the time it'll take to get it versus the time it'll take to just check the pins, we would already have figured it out by the time by that time. So.
Such fun.
Alright, why don't we, whenever you're ready, I'll
start. Go for it. Do I have to flip?
Alright, we need pin 29 of the CPU. The good news is it pretty much just goes up from there.
Okay, so
at least in that regard.
32, 31, 30, 29.
Yep. Now remember, we need to check it on Agnes, so we need to be on the bottom.
Okay, that's fine. So 32's on the bottom right of the CPU. So
yep.
32, 31, 30, 29. You said 29, right?
Yep, 29.
And that goes to Agnes.
Yep. Try and find it.
Yeah, I did. It's good.
Okay. Now just go up until you get, honestly, you can go all the way up to 52
Okay. So far so good, and then goes to this side. It flips. Does it flip to the bottom left of the chip then? 32 goes over to the.
Yes, bottom left. Yep, because that would, yeah.
Okay, so that one's good. That one's good. That one's good. That one's good. Eek. Oof, yep, so far so good. Now where does it go? Yeah, so far so good. Except for this one so far. Let me see if I can find out. This one goes here. Wait. Here. Then this one is, I don't know what, you said I can go up to 58, you said?
52.
52. 64, 63, 62, 61, 60, 59, 58, 57, 56, 55, 54, 53, 52. Okay, so yeah, this one here, where does this one go?
What one are you on?
64, 62, 60, 58, 54, 52, 50, 48.
So remember, you're going 48, 50. Oh, actually, sorry. Looks like, well, you already passed 49. It looks like 49 was a ground pin. But yeah, so it'll go 48, 50, 51, 52.
Yeah, so I'm getting this pin goes to here, which is, let's see, 30, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45. 46 connects to Agnes, like right here. So 46 is good. 47.
So 47's A19. That connects in a weird. That's that jumper.
Okay, yeah, because that one's not.
It is important that that jumper make connection. So that should be going. So that'll jumper 23 or it'll jumper 19. But you have it on 2 and 3, so it should go over to pin 59. So it's in a little bit of a different spot.
But not of Agnes.
No, on Agnes, it's on 59. Give me a second. I'm going to get the board view installed and I can...
Because I, so far, cannot get this one to connect to Agnes. It goes down to this 3-prong thing, which I'd assume is the jumper.
And do you have continuity at the jumper?
Yeah, it's going to the jumper. I think that's the jumper. It's a 3-pin, so it must be the jumper. But I'm not getting it to hit Agnes, as far as I can tell.
You have it on both sides of the jumper? You should have it in the middle, and then...
Yeah, I do. Unless I'm just not hitting Agnes, but I can't get it to go to Agnes. Oh, I got it. Okay. Darn.
Alright.
Alright. Fart. Then the next pin is 50, right? Or something like that.
Yeah, 48.
48, okay.
That one should be like right around where you were originally probing.
Yeah, I'm not getting that.
Wait. You know why? Because 19 is the last one on Agnes. Sorry.
Okay.
Yeah, so that's right.
So we're done then.
Okay. That's...
Good, but bad.
I mean, we could check those UDS and LDS signals, make sure those are making it over. Hi, Cat. Look, Cat, unless you're contributing.
Haha.
That'll be pin 7 and 8 on the CPU.
So
and just figure out if both of those make it over there.
To Agnes. Okay,
Yeah.
that one does. And that one does too.
Okay. Yeah, those are really about it. Like, those are, I mean, you could check, I guess, the other ones. I'm running out of ideas here.
Yeah.
Let's see. Pin 9 pin 6. I guess make sure both those are in there.
Pin 6 to Agnes from the CPU. 2, 4, 6.
Yeah, pin 6 of the CPU to Agnes.
Okay. Okay, darn it. Every time I think we don't find one, and then there it is. Let me see. Yeah, that one. And you said 9. 6, 7, 8, 9, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, they're both good.
I mean, I guess it's possible you have bad RAM. I mean, we are trying to say, like, maybe there's no bad RAM, but I mean, it wouldn't be the first time I've seen it.
Yeah, there's
I have ran into bad RAM on these boards before.
Yeah.
So it's not common. Let's remove. Yeah, I mean, it's very possible it just is bad RAM, I guess. It's hard to say without diagram at this point.
Yeah. And you said I can't put the diagram on a 27C800.
Won't even fit.
I thought that was a bigger one. I think it's like.
But it won't physically fit.
Oh yeah, duh. Gosh darn it.
You need an adapter because that's a bank, to do banking and all that. You probably could actually make it physically fit. Where are you located anyway?
Sacramento, Carmichael, California.
Yeah, you're a distance.
A wee bit away from New York. Pretty much the furthest you can possibly get from in the States. Yeah, I have 27 C256s, but those aren't the same size either. I'm surprised I don't have any of those 400s.
So, the problem is, you don't really know how to use the scope, which doesn't help. I mean,
Yeah.
I'm not a great teacher when it comes to that. So we could be missing out on data, there.
I have a logic probe as well, but I don't think that's going to make it any easier on us.
I mean, it might. So. We've checked every signal from the CPU to where it goes.
Yeah, the traces do damn near at least. And it couldn't be, you said it couldn't be a bad Agnes.
It would be highly unlikely. I
Yeah.
mean, at this point,
Yeah, I doubt it, because the one that I took out of there when it was originally giving me the Agnes code is the one that's in the other Amiga that's working, so I doubt it.
Yeah, I doubt it highly.
That's craziness that this has given me so many problems. So it feels like everything's right, so it's some other, like you said, problem that's gonna need someone better at diagnosing it with the tools that he has, like me. I don't know how to use the oscilloscope properly enough to do it. Yep, still got the green, the greeny screeny. Well, I'm just surprised it's not doing what it was last night. I don't know what changed for it to change that.
Yeah, I'm not,
Yeah, green screen here, of course, gray screen on the... Let me see. I guess I could,
You
well...
said you... Hmm?
I was going to say I could reflow the CPU port one more time, but I
Yeah,
just...
that looked pretty good. I don't think, You said you checked all the connections to 105, 103, 104, 105, and 106, right? Because those all control the data bus going to, like, so if any of those are off, you're going to have a green screen.
Yeah, I checked to the CPU socket, and from what I could tell, they were good. I can't remember now what lines they were, what pins they were, but they were all connected. Okay, so I got pin 2 of 104 is going to 30 or 61.
Yeah, that sounds right.
And then I think you just keep going down.
Yeah, so let's start at pin 1, or yeah, let's start at pin 1 of the CPU.
Okay.
So pin 1 should go to, I mean...
Yeah, it's a pain in the ass. I saw that.
Okay, here we go. So pin 1 should go to pins, to pin 6 of U105.
U105. U105, pin 6246. Yep.
Okay. Pin 2.
Still on green, Addy. Pin 2 of CPU.
Should go, that's 3. Should go to pin 4. Wait, sorry. Pin 3. Pin
Yes,
3 or 105.
it does, yeah. And then pin 5 goes to pin 2.
Pin 5 would be 0. Yep, pin 2. Okay. Pin 64 should go to pin 7.
Yep. And then pin 8 is 63.
Yep.
And then 62.
62 is 9.
Yep.
Alright. Pin 63, which is 8, should be pin 2 of 104.
Pin 62.
61.
Got it, yep.
It should also go to pin 2 of 103.
103, 103. It does.
Alright.
And then pin 3 of 103 goes to 60.
Yeah, from there it should just go up basically to pin 9.
But does 60 go to pin 3 of 103 and 104?
Yeah, they'll,
No.
it gets a little confusing with 104. Just
Okay.
stick with 103.
Okay, going up. Yes, 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 and pin 10, yes. Yep, all those pin 2 through 10 on U103 are good. I don't know if 11, I don't know if you wanted me to carry. The other side goes somewhere else, right?
That's the actual buffered side of it, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, again, it very well may be actually bad RAM. I mean, I have seen it.
And that's the LH21256s?
That's those big, all those chips there, yeah.
Yeah. In the diagram, ROM wouldn't tell you that it's bad RAM?
It would, but I mean, that's,
Gotcha.
talking to one of my other buddies, see, like, this is bizarre to me, like.
Yeah. I want to make sure. I think these are all going to make contact, but... Shut up, multimeter. Yeah, there's no way that these don't work because we checked them all, so... No way. Yeah. What about this one? Okay. Ay, chimama.
Right. One of the things I would have loved to do is just build like a really big flex cable that like you could lay over the board and it resolders all the points.
Yeah. It'd be cool. You could probably use a Fluke 9010 or whatever it is to use the 6800 socket and check which RAM bank is bad. Those machines are like $2,000 right now, though. They're freaking cool, though. Yeah, I can't believe that this is given.
What's the power light doing?
Right now, it's just solid, but last night it was giving me the 10 short, 1 long.
With the CPU in, let me see the power light. Why don't you just take it out? It's just clipped in.
You mean the CPU?
No, the light.
It's somebody melted the plastic bracket into the case.
What the hell?
Yeah, let me see though. I have another case. I haven't looked at that one yet. I was gonna do that last night too, but yeah, somebody.
It's just easier to have it on hand, yeah.
Yeah, it really is. Let me see the other case and see if that one I can remove it. Like remove the. There we go. Yeah, the whole bracket comes out. There we go. Yeah, this one's not melted in place, so that's good. All right, so we got power light. Nothing. Like I said, that's super weird because last night it was totally doing the blink. So I'm not sure what changed, but I also have a thermal camera. I don't think that's really going to help us though.
No, I don't think there's anything that's getting
Didn't break any pins on anything, no.
And both of the CIAs are in the right way, right? Yeah.
Yeah, they're facing up and none of the pins are busted, so it's like the ultrasonic like messed something up. It's weird. I was going to say, what about taking the other... I don't think it boils down to the CPU. Like, I don't think the CPU is bad, but... Because we did try this other one as well.
Yeah, I doubt it. I like that. It's just shotgunning, and that's really not. You know, these are not things I've ever seen be a problem.
Yeah.
Like, you said you got a logic probe. I mean, you can see if the Holt line is going high.
Yeah, where is my logic probe? Let's see. Over...
My buddy is saying what I already knew, which is if the Holt line is going low, then there's a bus conflict.
Yeah, and I know the one thing we didn't do is to see if any of the lines on the CPU were shorted together. I don't think we checked that, like the address lines.
That's what you were doing. Remember, you were dragging your probe between all the pins?
Yeah. Is it in here? Shit, I haven't used my logic probe in a while, and I'm not exactly sure where I put it. Is it in here? Yeah, here it is. So where's a 5 volt on this thing when you turn it on?
It's gonna be there's not really any easy pin to get to it.
Do you think this connector, the CN606, might have a 5 volt?
No, it doesn't.
No. All right.
Hey, let's check something. Hold on.
Okay.
Check that pin 21 of Gary is making it to pin 12 of Kickstart.
I think we tried that, but...
No, we didn't. We definitely didn't.
So 21 of Gary. So, and how many pins is Gary? 64? No? 40?
No, 40. Or Gary? I don't know. I'm not sure.
2,
It's at
4,
least,
6.
It's like 48, I think.
14, 16, 18, 20. Okay, 22 to what on Kickstart?
22 of 12.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6. If I have it right, I don't see anything yet. Let me see. This is Gary. Yep. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14,
21.
16.
If I said 20, I think I said 22 by mistake. It's 21.
Yeah, we got that.
Alright, well, we can at least check that, that pin is being enabled. So, but in order to do that, we need to use just the straight CPU. Because Gary's what controls the ROM enable.
Okay. Just want to check these resistor packs one more time because I feel like I didn't check this top one. That might be off.
What?
Maybe, I don't know. So if you have the probe on the resistor pack, and you have the pin on the top pin, and then you go down the line, you should get, normal like this. The first one's 4.3, and then between the first pin and the third is 4.6, and then between the first and the fourth is 443 ohms.
What revision is the other board you have?
It's different for sure, and it only has 2 of the 3 resistor packs.
Yeah, it's a revision 6 then.
But it has 2 of the. It has this. I think it has this resistor pack that I'm measuring, but it doesn't have the bottomist one. But I mean, I guess I could take the resistor pack out, but I would assume I
would just measure it. I would grab the other board and measure it.
The other board?
And just see if, the same problem.
Yeah, let me just run over there and do it, because it's in the bottom of the case here. Let me just... Yeah, so that resistor pack 101 is in this one. Let me just see. Yeah, 4.6 between the first and second. 4.6 between the first and third. Yeah, 300 ohms on the fourth one, so it's the same. It's a little high on mine, but not by much.
4 different things in the circuit.
Yep. .6, but that's the only one that's low. Oh, and the bottom one is 230 ohms. The rest of them are 4.6. Yep. Okay, well, that seems right. Alright, so you said you want me to put the CPU in, and we're going to test between the CPU and Gary?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how much of that's really going to, mean much. Like, I'm trying to understand why we have a green screen, but if the system is crashing, I don't understand that level of like, system is crashing. Why are we getting a green screen then?
Yeah, I mean, we only got the yellow. You mean the halt line? Is that what you mean?
Yeah, well, if the halt line's low, then the CPU has detected a bus conflict.
Yeah, new retro repairs in the chat. He knows how to use the oscilloscope. He was training me on how to use it, but it doesn't really help right now. But all right, so let me put this CPU in. And
if you were knowing how to use that oscilloscope, probably would be really helpful right
now. A little bit, but not much.
No, it would be enough to be able to see what the Cat, can you be quiet?
Well, we can try using it if you want.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, the problem is I can't explain how to adjust it so that it is showing what we need. It's just one of those things I kind of just do.
Yeah.
Naturally. The problem is, New Retro, he doesn't know how to, adjust the time bases and things like that. And I'm not really good at explaining adjusting the time bases.
Well, let me put the probe on where you want it, and maybe New Retro can tell me what to do. Maybe.
I mean, any of the data lines, really.
So what pin would you like?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Any of those will be are generally going to be, fine.
Okay, so we turn this guy on. And so but you like to use the trigger, and I'm not using the trigger.
That's so weird, because, like, try a different one. No, leave it alone for now. Like, I think it's okay. Like, I just expect to, like, if you go to pin 15, you'll see, like, stuff happen. Like, that's the clock. Like, we should be seeing, like, go across at least a little bit as the system runs.
Yeah.
Like, it also read a few instructions before it can crash, right? Like, yes. Now, turn up the first knob. Go back. You were there. That was the right one.
This was the one. This is the second knob.
15. Go back to pin 15.
Oh, okay.
And leave
2,
it there.
4,
We'll adjust the
6,
time base
8,
till
10.
things look at least a little more usable. Because that's a little bit of a higher.
So you want it to be like larger? Like you want it to be like larger?
Now increase the time base, which is the first knob. Okay, that should be down. Leave it right there.
Leave it right here.
Leave it right there.
Right here?
That should be right where it is. That should be enough for us to determine things are happening or not happening.
Okay.
So now we'll go to pin 1, turn it off, and turn it back on. That delay is real. Now you have to turn it up. I can't tell like how delayed we are.
Yeah, I think it's quite a bit actually. So I have it off, and I'm going to turn it on right now.
Yeah, we're about 3-4 seconds.
Wow, that's actually pretty good.
Yeah, that is not.
Now we got a yellow screen. It's like when I'm probing it, maybe it's just not getting enough power, because the last time I got a yellow, it was me probing the data lines.
Yeah, you can kind of ignore it, because like part of the problem is like there's things going on, and you're kind of like biasing a little bit of the signal. But what I can tell you is in new retro repair, I mean, yeah, it does seem like there's a little bit of what do you call it, noise on that, but it's an Amiga, it's pretty normal.
Pin 7 is looking different than the other first 6 pins. Like, that looks weird.
So what's weird to me is let's go to pin. Now that we got this thing at least adjusted, go to pin 21 of Gary.
All right, so we got 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 21. It's basically the same exact signal.
Well, you got to turn it off and turn it back
Okay.
on.
Okay.
Because remember, the CPU's already crashed. I invited, whether he's going to join or not, I don't know. I invited my buddy Peter, who I think responded actually to your post. He helps me a lot when I get kind of like in the weeds.
Mm-hmm.
So what we should be seeing when you turn this on is like what you saw on the clock signal.
Right.
And we are not, which almost tells me the CPU is doing nothing.
I mean, could it be possible that both these CPUs are bad?
Again, I've never actually seen it.
Yeah.
Does Gary get a clock? I can't remember. Yeah, Gary does get a clock.
Yeah, it was Addy.
go to pin 26 of Gary. I don't think so, but
Okay, it's off. I'm going to put it on 26, and we're going to turn it on, and we get a
I just
clock.
want to see. This is one of the clocks out of. We're just checking that. I mean, I'm sure Agnes is fine because. Yeah. Okay.
Peter
so Agnes
says,
is
yeah.
fine because.
Peter says HLT is low, so yes, the CPU is doing nothing. Halt
Yeah.
is
So
low.
the question is actually now, is the CPU ever not in halt?
And halt is what? 17?
Halt. Stop. Halt and fire. You know the show Halt and Fire?
Yeah, yeah.
Halt, do nothing, stop, something went wrong. But the thing is, Peter, go ahead and do the probing of one of the data pins. Actually, do one of the address lines. But that doesn't really matter, but do pin 29. Do 32, because it's the easiest one to get to. That's
32.
the top right pin. And turn it on. Peter, am I wrong? Like, this CPU seems to be doing nothing, but you tell me. The top one, very top. It doesn't matter technically, 29 it should all.
Yeah, I'm on 30.
Yeah,
Or
that
30.
seems like the CPU is not even trying. Like, right? Am I crazy?
Turn it off again. Here's pin 32. Turn it back on.
You should be seeing that
And it's
like
low.
chip bounce up and down.
It did for like a split second there, but it is also a low signal, right?
So what you should see is like that clock signal, like where it was going up and down, up and down. Like you should, not to that exact degree, but that's kind of how it should look. Heck, I bet if we looked at the memory bus, you would actually be able to see, what something happening. Actually, probe one of the pins on the RAM. You should see one of them will probably. You should be able to see something happen.
Yep. That's pin 4 of one of the RAMs.
Boy, I'm never gonna live it. So Peter, part of the problem is he doesn't really see how you're seeing stuff happen. That's what we expect to see on the other lines.
Mm-hmm.
In fact, if you adjust the time base, you should be able to get that to look a little more like you can adjust your trigger to make that a little easier. No, I know, Peter. I'm just trying to make sure the scope is doing stuff. Check your equipment kind of thing. So adjust your time base to like make that a little more. That way, when we do get stuff, it'll look a little more. Yeah, leave it there. That's good. Perfect. That'll adjust that other one back to where it was.
Okay, you want it? All right, I'm gonna.
That's good. Right there. Right there. Of course, I'm like 3 seconds. That should be good enough for. That'll show us things are happening. It's kind of hard because of this delay.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, but it's not doing anything.
We'll see things happen on the scope, and that's what we're not seeing. So go to pin 18
on the CPU.
Yep. We're gonna do what he said and check to make sure that reset actually goes low and then high. I checked that it went high, and that was probably my mistake. But then again, I don't even think we had the scope out yet.
It does go low then high.
So yeah, what we should see is when you turn it on, like a 1 to 2 second gap, and then it go high.
Yeah, it does. So
okay, good.
We'll turn it on again here. On, it's low, low, high.
We want to do the same thing with halt.
And
it's very possible the halt signal is either, you know what? I should have thought of this, but take your multimeter and measure pin 17 of the CPU to 5 volts.
Okay.
I really should have had you do this sooner, but this is what happens when it's not in front of me and I get tunnel visioned.
You said 17 to 5?
17 to 5 volts. Peter, I never checked that halt as being pulled high. I checked that it was low, but never that it was high.
Pin 17 to 5 volts is open line.
That is not good. That is probably a lot of our problem.
4, 6, 8, 10.
Because that should be pulled high and only driven low by the CPU or Gary. I should have thought of that. All right, well, we all learned. So what I need you to do is that should be going to RP 101 on pin 3.
17, okay. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 15, 17 to pin 3 on RP 101.
Yep.
Don't believe it is.
Not there.
It's not going to that.
It should be.
So pin 3 is from the top, right? Because either from the top or bottom, it's not doing anything. So.
Yeah. So. Can you zoom in so we can see what that looks like?
Yeah, and actually, this little point off to the side is also pin 17 as well, which is nice. Let me switch my camera.
Yeah, dude, we might have this. We might.
Oh shit!
This is why I do ask for help occasionally, because even the best of us, like a lot of times when I'm not working on this stuff and somebody asks me, I know what to do. But as soon as you ask me and I've been working on it for 2 hours, I lose track of. Okay, so.
So 17 is here, which I believe is also this right here is halt or 17.
I can't. You're okay. I don't know where you are.
So there's RP 101, and this right here is going to pin 17.
Okay. Yep, that looks right.
So you're saying that this is pin 3? Oh,
yep,
damn it.
Pin 3 is from the top.
Damn it. It is making a contact. I don't know why it wasn't doing it before, but it is beeping. I don't know why it wasn't doing it before. God damn it. Never mind.
That's weird though. Well, measure continuity between
17 and ground.
We should have
It doesn't go to 5 volt though. For some reason.
Check that pin 1 goes to pin 5 volts. The top pin. Make sure that goes to that yellow wire.
It does.
Then check the soldering on something's up. Like, so if you measure what's the resistance between pin 1 and 3?
The ohms rating or the
yeah.
4.2 ohms, kilo ohms.
Now, if you measure from the top of that, from pin 1 to pin 17, what's the resistance?
From pin 1 to 17.
It should be
4.6 kilo ohms.
So if you measure from pin 1 to pin 17.
Yeah, it's 4.6 kilo ohms.
If you measure from, that seems kind of.
Hey, what's up, Thomas? Wait.
Where's pin 17?
You are Amiga of Rochester. Okay. I was like, wait, there's another Thomas.
Yeah.
Should be 2K7, he said.
Yeah, that's on a Rev 6. It's a little bit different on a Rev 6. But it's weird that we're not seeing the pull-up. So, you know what? Let's just do this. Remove the CPU, remove Gary, and see what voltage you get on pin 17. It should be 5 volts. If not, then we need to figure out why.
Okay, well, resistance to, or ohms reading to ground from pin 17 or to 5 volts is 4.2 kilo ohms, but I thought you meant continuity between.
Yeah, continuity is like 20 ohms or less on most meters, so you won't ever.
Okay, yeah, so ohms reading from pin 17 to 5 volts is getting 4.2 kilo ohms. And I'm sorry, you said you wanted me to do what?
No, at this point, that all looks good. That all seems correct.
Yeah, 17 to ground or to 5 volts is getting 4.2 kilo ohms.
Okay, that's fine. We're probably good then. Let's go back to the scope and measure pin 17. Yeah, that's yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna switch it on. I have it on 17.
Put your again. I'm a few seconds behind you, so but make sure you yeah, probe before you turn it on.
And now we're getting activity or low. Yeah, low, low, low. Huh. It's not going high now.
It should, well, that's reset or halt.
17, yeah, halt. Sorry.
Yeah, so halt should be going high.
Can we force it high?
The question is, what is pulling it low?
Gotcha.
I would find out what's driving by bending out. Yeah. So let's do that. Yeah, at this point. So. Yeah, don't do that.
He's like, no.
You basically have an open drain to ground.
Okay. So you want me to pull the CPU out and then pull that pin out?
Yeah. Yep, just bend it. So here's the thing. If Gary is pulling it low, then it never, so...
All right, so I'm lifting pin 17, right?
Yeah. Gently.
Yeah. This is an extra CPU, so we have 3 of them right now. But yeah, I don't want to break any of them. But this is literally an extra one that I had laying around, so that's cool. Let's see here. Why aren't you... okay. Okay. So, and then you want me to probe the socket, not the pin?
Well, let's probe, and because that would be kind of difficult.
I can get the socket.
Well, you don't want to risk bridging, as long as you're not going to bridge,
No.
you know, 2 pins. I was going to say to probe at Gary, but if he can safely probe at the socket, then...
Yeah, I can probe the socket. So you want me to probe pin 17 and turn it on?
Yep.
It's going high on the socket.
I'm a few seconds behind. Yeah, okay.
The CPU is what's driving it low?
Yeah,
That's my finger.
odd.
So should I take the CPU out of the good working Amiga, or is it's a problem within? Sorry.
So I think it's a bus conflict, but I'm just confused. I'm gonna let Peter explain that a bit better than me.
Okay, I'll be right back. I need to use the restroom real quick.
I don't blame you. Ba-doo-doo, ba-doo-doo. It's the whole music, doo. Ba-doo-doo, ba-doo-doo. Whole music. If any of you actually got that reference, then I'm sorry for you.
I didn't hear.
I did I don't know if you're familiar with the show Home or the YouTube or it was long before YouTube. The website Homestar Runner.
Like Newgrounds, kind of like.
No, Homestar Runner. It was
Mm-mm. No idea.
yeah. Well, I'm not entirely sure, but if anyone actually got it, but I was doing a reference to that. I was entertaining the crowd.
So, Amiga of Rochester, Thomas, do you have a YouTube channel or do you have like a website that is there any mods in the chat right now that may be able to post some of his business info for us? Mods?
Like I said, I have fixed about 62,000s, but normally I'm the first person to get to them. So, from that perspective, it's yeah. So,
Yeah. But you would be searched under Google if somebody wanted an Amiga repair, they could search for you as Amiga of Rochester, New York.
yep.
Oh,
We do everything from just general repair, surface mount work.
and you do Macs too, like old Macs.
Yep.
Okay,
Yep. I
sick.
do. I probably do more of those these days than I do. Although Amiga stuff is picking up screen, again, but.
Do you collect Mac stuff yourself?
Yep, I have a little bit of I'm not as vast as some people I know, but
Yeah. Okay, so what are we doing now? We're trying to figure out what's causing the data
so
bus.
he was saying to remove U603 and 604. I'm just trying to. Before we did that, I wanted to see if there was a way we could validate those might be the problem.
Can I piggyback some more 74 LS 245s on top, or does that not work with these? Because I might have some of those.
The answer I've always been given, like with these, is input diodes. Uh, Trust me, these chips have been a bane of my existence. But that's what I was like. I was wondering if there was a way, because I've removed these, when it looked like this was going on, but not actually ever had that be the issue. But usually in my case, the system was doing something else. Like it
Gotcha.
was even, yeah, it was giving me a symptom to go off of. And in that case, which is why I had you check the jumpers earlier, those RAM jumpers.
Uh huh.
It was due to, but the system was clearly booting at that point because things were happening. In our case, we have zero bus activity, so the CPU is not even trying to execute. All right, so let's start with looking at pin 19.
With the probe.
Yep, yep. You're gonna learn how to use that scope today, my friend.
Yeah, a
At
little
least enough
bit.
at least enough to get by. I'm not great at it either. I'm still, trust me, there's.
Pin 19. So they're what? 2, 4, 6, 8. They're 10. So be the second to last pin on the right hand side, top right.
Yes.
So I'm doing that, and we power it on. It goes high, and it looks like nothing. But maybe I need to adjust. I'm not going to touch it yet because we got a delay.
No, if it's high, then that means that it's not being, because those are active low chips, which mean they go on when, right? I believe they're active low. Yeah, so they're active low. So that means they're only on.
Okay.
So if you've ever heard that where it's active high, active low, think of active as being meaning on when, and
Yes.
then low meaning when it's a low volt, 0 volts, or it's like generally like 2 or less volts. There's also that whole TTL CMOS
Yeah.
terminology that has to do with the voltage levels, which yeah. So in this case, the the chips are saying they're not on, but is there a way to tell if they are on? Like, can we look at a voltage and say, like, okay,
602 and 605 are low on those pins. Same with 601 and 600, but
well,
603 and
six,
604 are high.
you said 60 what?
All the rest of them, besides 603 and 604, are low on that pin. So
So then
60.
they,
Mhm.
yeah, so if they're low. Now the question is, should they be low? I don't know.
Okay.
Um, so those are address lines, and it, yeah, I guess that would mean that. Okay, that's normal. Okay. Oh, right, they're tied to ground. I didn't notice that. Yeah, yep, they're tied to ground. I
Okay.
wasn't paying attention. So that's fine. Yeah, that basically means that they always pass. They're controlled by a direction pin.
Mhm.
Yeah, which is yeah.
I love these little capacitors on the board that are in like little capsules. They look like Zener diodes, but they have little capacitors in them. They look so strange.
Yeah, they're ceramics in a glass.
Yeah. It's before they had surface mount down, I guess.
Yeah. A lot of Atari stuff has it.
Did U603 or U604 get any goo on them? Not really, no. There was a little bit underneath the CPU socket, like in the bottom right, there's those two traces that are just knackered, and those do go to, it looks like those two do run off to 603. Let me show you here. I've already shown you, but
Yeah, I never did get my Sprint layout open to see where those actually go.
so these two guys right here, they do go across to. Oh, actually, you know what? Maybe they don't. Maybe they go to the other socket. So it looked like they went here because they come up, but it looks like they go through the chip to one of the other ports. Um, so there is this on there. That was the only piece of corrosion I saw on this port. Oh wait, can you see it? No, you can't. Right here, there's a little bit of corrosion. I can't get my thing to go any further. Let me see why. Yeah, that was the only corrosion on this port here. And that's right next to 603.
Yeah, but he meant the chip themselves,
No, the
yeah.
chips look fine. There's a little bit right here underneath the port here. And then these two little traces, but
I mean, you could, I guess at this point, pull 603 and 604. If you have a.
I have hot air and I have a solder sucker, but I hate the solder sucker. It's a 301, but it just doesn't seem to work very well most of the time. And I do try to clean it, but I can just use my iron. It usually sucks out pretty well. The CPU socket, yes, I removed that, but no, not the CPU. This is not the CPU expansion socket. I did take the CPU socket off, and we replaced that, but not the expansion slot. No.
That's 100 pins too.
Yeah, that would be fun.
He has ultrasonic cleaned it though.
Yeah, but I don't like my ultrasonic cleaner, but doesn't seem to really do that great of a job, to be quite honest with you. There does look like there's a little bit of goop underneath the slot, but I mean, it doesn't look that bad. See if I can get the other one. But yeah, I can pull those other ones. It shouldn't take me very long to pull those chips. You think corrosion under this slot would cause? I guess, yeah, if it thinks there's a CPU expansion card in there, right? There was a CPU expansion card in this computer. But I took it out, obviously, because we're working on it.
Which one?
Not that one. Let's see. Oh, you know what? Never mind. It was the midget racer. That was the other one. I had got it's called the Edge. That's for the 2500, the A2603 or whatever the hell it's called. It's like the Amiga one, the Commodore one. What is it? But that's the other one.
The A2630?
Yeah, that's the other board though. So never mind. This one did not have anything in the expansion. It had a trump card, SCSI drive, and then a RAM expansion. Okay, I just want to see if just cleaning under that port for some reason did anything. Well, now I got yellow. It wasn't yellow before. It was green. Oh, that's because the halt line's out. Okay, so let me remove those. No, it does not have the resistor packs on the U603, 604. I saw that and I was like, what the hell? Because I have the other 2500 board here and or whatever it is. It says Amiga 2500, but it looks like it's Amiga 2000 with like that upgrade.
The 2500 just meant that it's got a hard drive.
Oh, okay. All right, so I could use hot air to take these out, although I don't know how well it's going to do on the board.
We should talk about your 301.
I can turn it on and we can try it, but...
Have you cleaned it?
Yeah, sort of. Not really recently. Plus, I don't think the tip is... I'll turn it on, but I just have quicker luck with my iron than...
Yeah, see, I couldn't live without mine.
Like, my iron seems to do a better job, in my opinion, except for certain things, like older, bigger components.
I think it's just because either your tip is bad or you need to clean it. You have to fully dismantle it to clean it to properly get it to work.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure these are the chips. Let me see. Yeah. So my desk is completely taken up, so...
My braid to be that good.
What's that?
I've never gotten braid to work that good on through hole.
Yeah, it's this BC02. I love this tip. And this wick seems to work really well too.
Yeah, I'm with Peter, man. I've never gotten my braid to work that well. No, I love the chisel tips. Like, yeah, you're using a chisel tip. I just never get the solder to come that clean, even with flux. Like,
maybe it's this MG Chemicals Super Wick. I don't know. Maybe it's just good wick. I don't know.
I use the wick from Northridge. That stuff's actually pretty good.
What, goot? Is it goot wick?
No, I don't probably some generic one they found, you know. I use Braid to clean up SMD pads.
Well, like I said, I turned on my FR, but by the time it's done heating up and I clean it, it's going to be... I should get to it and clean it. It's just like time, you know?
Yeah, like Sean, I'm not gonna lie, Northridge has some nice stuff, but they charge way too much for the amount of Amtech flux you get. Rossman is double the amount for the same price. They need to fix that. Otherwise, I really have no major complaints.
He's got to make his monies. Makes lots of money off that Amtech.
Yeah, I'm curious, like, how that situation works.
Some Chinese manufacturer claiming it's Amtech and sending them fake Amtech now.
I mean, as far as I know, it looks like that top hole. Well, it won't matter. I don't know. I use Amtech every day, and I never have any issues personally. And I've never had it take off. Never had any issues. Maybe it wasn't real Amtech. It is a highly forged flux. I will say that. Like, it is. Yeah. But yeah, I get mine from Rossman, and it's like $16 for double what you get at, which kind of pisses me off because I like to shop at one place.
Yeah, see, I don't think these are... They might not be totally clean through, and that's the one thing with the solder suckers that usually when you get it, you know, open, it gets all of it out if it's good enough. A lot of the times I have to go back over these, or I just rip them out and it ends up damaging traces, which might happen, but try my best not to.
Well, if you preheat the board, and I would heat it from the top, not from the bottom, because you
with
want to get as close to
with hot air.
the solder. Yeah. Like when you're done, heat the chip from the top, and it'll pretty much just pull right out.
With what temperature do you use for that? Like 400, 450?
I don't know. It's like I think I'm around like 380 or so. I don't remember. It depends on what I'm doing. Like I have to change my my settings quite frequently.
You know, that's what I use, Peter, is Celsius.
Yeah,
Oh,
all of my gear.
it's probably a reference to something. Never mind.
No, it's because we're American and we use the freedom measurements.
Yeah, ditto. Yeah, we use Fahrenheit, but I use Celsius for my hot air.
Yeah, I use Celsius for that too, for my iron and my hot air, I think. Like, what's your iron set to temp-wise, like, right now?
Max. It's like 480 or something. I never, ever change it, ever. For anything.
Wow.
Never have a problem.
Huh. Mine's at like 315.
Yeah, maybe that's why the solder wick works so well. I don't know.
Yeah.
I mean, occasionally. Huh?
We can start measuring everything in Kelvin.
All right, I want to see if I can yank these out. They're not completely clear, but we'll see what
Like
happens.
I said, I would really heat it. I wouldn't chance it.
You said use hot air.
Yeah. And just focus on the pins, although really it won't matter because it's ceramic or...
Let me just see if they're clear at all. No, because like the top. All right, so you say 290. The thing is I don't have a puller for it, so I don't know how. I do actually usually use my, where is it at? Interestingly enough, my wire strippers, if it fits across, is pretty flat, and it does do a good job of grabbing it. I don't want to use hot air. I hate using hot air on old boards.
You
But
won't hurt this, trust me. Don't risk damaging and making more work for yourself.
so you're saying 290, huh? Because I would have used higher, to be quite honest, but I don't want to bubble the board.
Honestly, I have.
I'm gonna use
Whatever, yeah. Like YOLO.
yeah, I'm gonna use like 430. We'll see.
That might.
Let me see if I can get.
You even got the tilted tip.
Actually, not liking how that is grabbing it. What the hell else can I use to grab that chip out of there? Because I don't usually pop chips very often.
I mean, you can use a flathead, but you gotta be very careful. Like, you don't want to gouge the board. Just like gentle, like, tilting as the chip, like. Yeah, what he said, just gentle. Honestly, you kill the chips, it really doesn't matter. You're gonna socket. Like, I would socket these anyway at this point. You've already removed them once.
Let me see if I can grab
I'd
something.
go on the other side and
Come on out of there, big guy.
that might be where you take your, yeah, not exactly rare. You can use HCPs now, too.
Okay.
I have split these.
Yeah, actually, a little bit of delamination, so should probably turn it down a little bit. Hopefully it's good. See, with the dual layer boards, I don't really mind too much of delamination, but hopefully this one will survive a little bit better.
Let me see. I'm just curious to see how bad it was when you're done. That means you're focusing too much in one area. You want to move it more. Always keep it moving. Well, he's nowhere near 290. He's long past 290. What are you at now?
What are you talking about?
Your temperature.
350 now. It's like it wants to come out, but I think the...
Well, the pins are probably slightly bent.
Let me see if I can... There we go. Not the greatest at chip pulling, I'm going to admit that. I usually like to get the holes completely clean. All right. We're clean. We're clear.
Wow. Yeah. Well, I don't know how behind I am, but
Damn, with all the noise going on, I can't hear a damn thing on the stream right now. But should quiet down in a second. Let it cool off for a bit. Yeah, started to delaminate a little bit in the middle there, but or bubble up a little bit, but it should be fine.
I don't actually know how many layers these boards are.
I'm pretty sure they're only top and bottom. I don't think there's anything in the middle. So, yeah, it did bubble a little bit there, but it looks like it went back down, so it should be fine.
Like I said, I would definitely socket those. It wouldn't be. Yeah, you're probably fine. I don't think these are.
Yeah, actually, it was bubbled up there, but it's back down now, so you can't even tell. So if I didn't say anything, you wouldn't have known. It was a bubble. It was probably about that big, though. But it looks fine.
Yep, it's only a 2-layer board, so doesn't matter anyway.
Yeah. I mean, as long as these traces survive, which they should be fine. Yeah, I think I have sockets for these. What are they, 20, 40, 20 pin?
Something like that.
Something like that. I think I have some sockets. So, still pretty hot. We'll give it a second.
Which can change resistance and weird things like that.
Oh, yeah, I guess you could. Let's see. While we're waiting for that to cool off for just a moment, let me see if I have any sockets.
I mean, for now, you could try it without it since you're not.
Oh, yeah, we don't have to put the sockets in right now. I was just trying to source them so I know where they are. Here they are, 16 pin. I don't even know if I have 20 pin sockets because I've never ordered them. I just got them from somebody. Ooh, and I found more EPROMs. Wait, here we go. Nope, none of those are going to work. None of those are going to. 27 256s. I think these are 20 pin sockets. So, are you thinking, I think these are 20 pin. Are these sockets?
Yeah.
No, these are not. But are these the ones you say you recommend? Because these ones look cheap, but...
I'm waiting for... those are single wipe sockets. I wouldn't use those.
These are 28 pin anyways. The hell are these sockets?
Yeah, I'm with him. Get rid of them. They
That's
are definitely rubbish.
That's probably why I got them for free.
Yeah, probably. I know someone that gave me a bunch of them, and the first thing I went was, really? Single pin or single wipe sockets? These are garbage.
2, 4, 6.
I agree. If you wipe one's well.
Alright, I think that we're ready to go. I have, it looks like I might have only one 20 pin socket, but what about this style?
Those are dual wipe. I think those are okay. Oh, well, those are meant for like board mounting and stuff like that. But yes, you could, I guess, use that. Like I said, I would see what it does right now without worrying about all that. Like we're getting into the weeds a bit.
Yeah. So you want me just to turn it on without that and look at the signal on the
Just see
CPU.
what it does in general. Like,
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I have it on my scope as well. All right, so it's cooled off. We got power plugged in.
Oh yeah, need to put the hold line back.
Okay, I didn't know if I needed to do that or not.
Yeah, because otherwise it won't ever be high. And who likes to live not high? Remember, kids, don't buy your capacitors off AliExpress.
I get a lot of cap kits from Console 5 or Mauser, I guess. Okay, so halt pins back in. Let's turn her on. Fucking green screen. Same old green screen. I actually have a chip verifier. I could put these 74259s in to see if they say they're okay. But of course I don't know where it is.
It's crazy because we've even gone through and like checked for shorts in case something was. The LED just is solid. It comes on and it's just solid.
It was. Last night it was flashing the Agnes code, but that doesn't mean anything. Error.
I mean, that means the system was running, though.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Nothing changed either. I just put it in my ultrasonic, so. Huh. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe these are bad or this thing doesn't test for them. Error.
Well, those are probably ALS chips.
Hmm. Yeah, so that this thing doesn't test for them, I don't think. There's 74 LS chips. I thought they should check. It should check them.
Oh, well, I wasn't sure which ones they were off the top of my head.
Yeah, there's seven. Right. It should check them. So if they say error and they might not be working. But then again, I could have killed them, taken them out.
Or just it's not testing them right. Who knows? Yeah, no, exactly. Something like very strange is going on. And I don't know what it is. I've encountered this once on a 500, which had, I think, bad CIAs. Or something like that.
Now it's yellow.
Yeah, but the question is whether that yellow is actually yellow or just...
And the CPU's hot now. It wasn't... I don't think it was hot before. Maybe it's just because I didn't leave it on for long enough.
Hot? How hot as hot.
No, just like I can feel it. It's warm. It's just warm. I mean, I don't think I remember it being warm before, though. Kickstart's cold. Agnes is warm.
Do me a favor, when you turn it on the next time, probe one of the address lines and see if we're getting any activity. No, unfortunately, a UR port wouldn't be very useful. Not in this case, because there's no, Yeah, the green screen, though, is where we weren't seeing any activity on the bus, so it's kind of weird.
So address line would be pin 1.
No, that'd be a data. It's fine, any of them. Just pin 1's fine.
Yeah, that's what it was doing. Basically same thing. Goes high, and then it's...
I would have expected to see like a blip or a few blips as it tries to execute.
Oh, I saw a little blip.
Yeah, actually, I did see something there, actually.
Just
You got
once.
another probe?
Do I have? I have another probe. Yeah.
Maybe we should trigger on the reset line, and let's trigger on the reset line going high, and when it triggers, we could have that. I don't know if I'm starting to wonder whether it isn't actually
CPU. So the halt's
well,
low.
whether it's not actually, whether it's a case of it not actually running.
Yeah, because I mean the halt.
problem is because it's always pulled high. You know what we could do? I know what we could do. We could trigger on a falling edge instead of a rising edge. That means since it always goes high, it would have to go down. If we trigger on the falling edge, then yeah, let's try that. So turn off everything. Well, turn off the system. Boy, that delay. So go to trigger, go to your trigger menu.
Mm-hmm.
Go and you see how they changed the one for the edge to falling edge.
Okay, well that's just edge, and then slope maybe.
You want to make sure that it's for the falling edge, not the rising edge.
Yeah, but that menu just gives me edge. Maybe slope? No.
Yeah, slope.
Okay, then there's like diode facing up and a diode facing down, so I would assume, or
You want the one facing down.
okay, so we got that.
And then set it to normal trigger. That should be fine.
Okay. And what voltage? 5?
3 volts.
It's 3 volts?
Yeah, yeah, I guess that's like 4.
4 volts, okay.
Alright, so go on the data line and just probe that. Basically what we're saying is, we know that the voltage is going up because it's 5 volts, so we can't trigger on that, because it's always going to be high. So we want to trigger when it's low, which will only happen if it gets asserted.
So an address line is pin 1, is that okay, or you want a data line?
Data line. Data's fine, we just want to see if there's any activity.
Okay, so any of them, so that one.
Yep.
Yeah, there is.
It's delayed on my part. that looks like real activity.
It's 2 pin 6. Mm-hmm. Yep.
Well, you think it's noise? What pin was that? You said 6?
That was 6, yeah.
That's not noise. That looks too, at least to me, that looks too, pin 6 is a real, it's not a data pin, but it is, that's the, yeah, that's an address strobing. Try pin, let's do, I don't know, do RW, pin 9. Let's just try pin 9. Yeah, that's a real signal, because you have a proper square wave. So CPU definitely seems to be executing. We probably won't see anything on the address line. It basically was happening too fast, so our time base probably wasn't fast enough, or...
Because that's one of the first few pins. That's pin 5. Looks kind of retarded.
Pin 5 is data 0. By the way, this is the difference between single shot and normal. Yeah, yeah, he's right on the noise that can be picked up as, but in this case, I don't think it's, that's a lot of noise.
I mean, it's like the same signal.
Yeah, probably not noise. Noise would be far more varying. I feel like you have a short somewhere. Or like something, but
That's like almost the same signal on the other side of the chip. Nothing on that pin.
what pin did you measure that you had the same,
It looked like the same signal. It was, I don't know, just one of these random left-hand pins. Let me see if I can find it. This one's a little bit different. Yeah, the CPU is getting warm quickly, it seems like. Like it's warmer now that those other chips are removed than I've ever felt it. So this pin right here, it's like that's like the same signal.
what I'm curious, what does Halt look like when you measure it now, since we have with the scope the way it is?
Like that.
Because, like, if you use the position for the horizontal to move it,
This way or the other way.
towards the right.
So, the other way, or was it this way here?
Again, there's the delay. So
Yeah, I'm only moving it once or twice so that I can, or the other way.
whatever moves the signal to the left, I guess.
Yeah, because this looks like pretty much nothing.
No, it's something. It's the hold line is high, and I bet if you kept moving, it would eventually go low.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
So if you would have to keep scrolling over, but eventually, I'm assuming it goes low because we're triggering on a falling edge.
It says time divot limit if I keep going.
Unless it's triggering on that little slight decline. Anyway, but if you adjust the trigger, what's the height of that?
There's another halt that I turned it on again.
Okay, that is it going high then low. That's what I expected to see. So yeah, so it is definitely the CPU is executing some cycles and then going low. Which
That's zoom, not scroll. Okay.
Yeah, those knobs the big knobs are more like a zoom.
Oh,
the
position.
small one is, yeah.
I see. Yeah, that changes the actual time.
Yeah.
I see. Okay. That's cool.
I'm feeling like there's a short between
Shut up,
two
Siri.
of the address lines or something.
He said something about OEB, OEL, and latch going to U103 and 106.
Yeah, go for it. Those are... So... 106 doesn't... Oh, there it is. Latch and...
You know, I am noticing. I wonder if this capacitor is on backwards, but I don't think so. No. I thought all capacitors would kind of face the same direction, and I might have put this one. I did replace this capacitor down here, but that was a while ago.
What side is negative pointing towards?
It's pointing up, and all the rest of them on the board are pointing down. It's this one down here by the keyboard port. No, it's correct. This other board has it on there, and it's facing up. That was the only capacitor I replaced.
Yeah, I doubt that too. That's not going to likely be your issue.
Yeah, see, Agnes is warm now. I don't remember her getting warm before, so I feel like we did something by removing... Obviously, we did do something, but I don't know. Maybe I just wasn't having it on for long enough. I don't know.
Yeah, this is, like I said, I would be looking for, on the data line, I would be looking for probably a short.
Not fixed yet, Keith. Nope.
So that's how these go sometimes.
Yeah, no doubt. I didn't think it was going to be a simple thing. For sure. Um, I should probably get the schematics and get familiar with it as well. I was looking at it yesterday, but data lines, those are the ones that go to the U103, or those are address lines? The other.
I think they're. Uh, we lost everything here.
So the data lines would be going to what? Like Agnes and the Paula and Denise and all that, or would it be going to the RAM?
It would be going actually to buffers that then change where it goes. But you can measure for the short on so pins 1 through 4 or 1 through 5 are data lines, and 54 to 64 are data lines.
And I would be measuring what
So what I would do is look at pins 1 through 5 and see if there's any shorts between them.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Doesn't look like it now. No.
Same thing with 54 through 64.
54 to 64. That's 10 pins. 2, 2.
And make sure you include 1 through 5.
Okay.
At least to rule this out.
Two 60, 58.
You don't have to include the ones you've already ruled out, because they're already...
What do you mean? Like, oh, you mean... What do you mean?
Once you've already gone through them, you don't have to do the ones you've already done.
I guess I'm not understanding.
If you checked a pin against all the other ones, you don't have to check it again. Like, next run through, like, you only need to check the one below it with the ones below it, you know.
Oh, so, well, if I guess I'll have to figure what you mean by that. But I see the logic. It's not computing right now. It seems easier just to check them all. Okay, so it didn't look like there was any. 260, 58, 56. Yeah, I went past 54, so should be fine.
The next thing we should do is verify that, so there's those resistor packs,
Mm-hmm.
the 2 extra ones. What I don't know is there's not enough pins to cover every data line, though. I wanted to make sure that each data line was being pulled high, like it's supposed to be.
Mm-hmm.
I believe that I'm starting to get to not my brain not worky.
Yeah. We've been through so much stuff here.
Yeah,
That
you know a lot and more now as far as we know that every connection that should be going to one place is going to one place. I mean, there's got to be a short or something somewhere, because I've had this is what I had happen when I had a short on a board. Is it would work? It would behave like this.
Mm-hmm.
The address lines, I believe, they float, or not float, but they're tri-stated, I believe. Wouldn't be worrying too much about the CPU slot when there's nothing in it.
Yeah. And injecting voltage. Well, we don't even know if it's a short yet because we couldn't find any short.
Even if it is a short, it's not a short to like 5 volts, you know, between the rails.
Hmm.
So
we were getting yellow screen. Now we're getting green, but I think that's because I was probing it. I mean, I guess
yeah, you can't really rely on
the screen.
right.
Wonder if we're getting the blinking light now. Probably not. I should definitely get that diagram.
The problem is the system's not booting far enough where diagram, I think, is going to make a difference.
Oh, gotcha.
You know, if it's not booting enough that it can execute diagram. Now it very well could be, but I doubt it. I'm just not I'm just not sure how far the system is actually getting.
Now it's yellow. That's so weird that it just changes for absolutely no reason.
Well, again, if something is floating, it could, on the bus. My problem is I'm not sure where I would go, even, I'm assuming all of those. How many pins are those resistor packs?
Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10.
So 9 and 9. So that actually would be enough data line. Yeah. So let's do this. Remove the CPU. And we're going to go through the data lines and make sure they're all being pulled to 5 volts. It's just easier without the CPU because you'll be able to just go pin by pin.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
And then stick the black probe into the black wire on the...
Oh, we're going to use this scope?
No, you can, I guess.
I mean, you just want to know if 5 volts is present?
Yeah.
So we can just use the multimeter?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Okay. And then you just want me to turn it on and then check.
Pin 1,
well,
pin
that's
2,
weird.
Pin 3,
Green screen without the CPU?
Again, if the
okay.
lines are floating.
Ah, okay.
That's what we're trying to...
Gotcha. Okay, so we're going to...
I would just attach your... I don't know where you're going to get ground, but... Yes, use one of those holes, yeah.
Yeah, I got ground right here, yeah.
So go pin 1.
5 volts, yeah.
Pin 2, pin 3.
That's weird. That's weird. I guess it just takes a while to adjust, but it kind of jumps around for a second there. Yep, 5 volts on 4. 5 volts on 5. I don't know how far you want me to go up. There's not 5.
I'll go 64.
64. Yep.
63.
Mm-hmm. 5 volts. 5 volts.
Yep, keep going until you get to 54.
Well, this one's got nothing on it, so I don't know if this is past 54 or after. It might be ground.
I mean, count, I guess. Like,
And then 0.6 volts after that. So let me see which one this is. 64, 63, 62, 61, 60, 59, 58, 57, 56, 55, 54. Yeah, so it's 53.
yeah.
53's
Okay.
got nothing, but the next one's only got 0.6 volts. I guess it wouldn't matter, but
Yeah, that's,
1.5.
The address lines aren't pulled up, so no need to check those.
Interesting.
Check pins 7 and 8.
7 is 5. 8 is 5.
Okay. Pin 10.
5.
Okay. Those are like the critical ones out of this list. Yeah, so those are all being pulled up. Check pin 11.
5.
Actually, never mind. Pin 11's not pin 13.
5 volts.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, at this point, without like removing half the board, to like removing all the buffers and that could be bad. Which I've never really. The only ones I've ever had be bad are the ones that are like, well, I mean, yeah, like U100 or whatever, the ones that are in between the CPU and the slots there. I've had be bad, but it's not super common.
Yeah.
So kind of running out of. I'm actually running out of daytime because I need to head out.
Yeah.
Go to my,
Yeah, man, you've spent like what, 4 hours on this with me, so
yeah, I mean, we've kind of ruled out so many things too, which is
yeah, it sucks.
not reassuring.
Yeah, no, it's definitely a really strange problem on this board. Very strange. Hmm.
If you ever get tired of it, I can always poor Peter. Yeah, Peter's running out of sleep. If you ever want to send it to me, maybe I can look at, maybe having a different set of eyes. Let me know.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I'm not one to give up on things, but at the same time, I'm not sure if I have the knowledge to continue since I've already checked everything I know how and I've helped you out. Besides sending it out, I don't know what else I would do at this point.
Yeah.
Besides cleaning and checking all the traces, which it seems like I've done. I did that yesterday and today, and so removing the chips and all that would just be extra. So
Yeah.
just
I mean, I make no guarantees, but maybe a different set of eyes.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
Mhm. Mhm.
Well, that stinks.
It's kind of like trying to fix a PlayStation 4 with the blue light of death.
Oh yeah, no thanks on that one too.
All right, but I'm gonna head out. I gotta go to my go for dinner. So
Yeah, I really appreciate your help, man, and I'll contact you. You're on my Discord now, I think.
yeah,
So yeah, I appreciate that. Thomas, right?
yes, sir.
Hell yeah, brother. Well, thank you. I guess I'll get to work on. I have other things that I need to work on, so I'm gonna check that other Amiga real quick to see if it's still working. But other than that, I don't know what I'm gonna do today.
Yeah, I was supposed to work on an Amiga 4000, so don't feel bad.
Hey, man, I really appreciate you jumping in, and we'll be in contact.
Yeah, sure. I'm always around.
Thanks, brother. We tried. We tried. Man, this thing is nothing but troubles. Nothing but troubles, Amiga. Tempted to throw it back in my ultrasonic cleaner. Also tempted to check this Agnes in another one, just curiosity's sake. I Oh, on this one? Yeah, I guess so. I don't mind. Really don't know what it's gonna do for us. I don't even. Yeah, we can do it for the fun of it. Sure. I'm curious to see what a UART reading would be. Um, yeah, sure. Why not, Victor? What's up, brother? I do have another working machine. And actually, it was the Agnes that was in this one. I took it out and put it in the other machine. So let me see if I can get this thing out without damaging it, because that's all I've been doing is basically destroying this thing. Yeah, let's do it the safe way. Yeah, I would probably trust these Amiga guys that the UART probably wouldn't show anything. Let me see if I can. See if I can get something. What did I use to hit it last time? Oh yeah, my wrench. I'm gonna give it a little wacky whack. Doesn't want to come out. Sorry I'm being rough on you, Amiga. Sorry for whacking you. Well, didn't come out the way I wanted it to. Eee. Let me see if I can use the tool on the other one though, because This leg is just about to break off on that one. I do have Discord. That's what I was chatting with Amiga Thomas on. If it's the Agnes, I'm gonna lose my shit. Yeah, so that one came out real nice with the tool. Let's plug this Agnes in here, but also don't have those chips I took out. I know this Agnes works because it was working in the other Amiga. Nope. Makes no difference. My own Discord. Yeah, the adapters for both, yeah. The pins, the socket is fine. Or, as far as I can tell, the socket's fine. Well, unless you have any other ideas, Peter, I think I want to take a break on this because I don't know where to go next on this guy. I can't believe that it was flashing an Agnes code last night and then today it doesn't want to do anything. It's just weird. Could put it back in my ultrasonic cleaner, but all I did was ultrasonic clean it and then all of a sudden it stops working properly. So I don't know what the deal is with that. Huh. Well, let's see if that other Agnes works in this other board. Because this one was booting yesterday. Yeah, my adapter does take both. I can switch it to whatever one I want. All right, to 5 volt or 3.3. Well, that was definitely fun with the scope. The scope is a very neat tool, and it can do a lot, so that's pretty cool. All right, so here's Agnes, the one that we just took out of the other one. I think once I put this one in this board, I am going to leave it in here because then I'm going to know that both of these work. And I'm not going to remove it again because this Agnes is probably about to fall apart. Yeah, I have the FT232. Let's put this one in here. And see if this one turns on. Sure does. Yeah, so both the Agneses are fine. And this Amiga still works. Even though this one has probably, in my opinion, worse battery corrosion damage than the other one. But this one's working. Unfortunately, I don't have a mouse for it. I have a mouse that has a square end on it, but it doesn't seem to fit inside of the case of this Amiga. I'm not sure exactly why. Because I didn't think there were really any other Amigas it could go to besides the 1000, and that's got a right angle plug. Maybe Peter, you know the answer to this question. What mouse does this Commodore Amiga go to? This is a model 1351, and it's got this square end on the end, but it doesn't fit into the Amiga 2000 case. This is too tall, and it will not fit into the case. So what Amiga does this go to? We can do the UART, Victor. I don't mind. Amiga 500. Okay. I was gonna say, cause like, yeah, this is too thick. It doesn't fit in the shell, which is craziness. At some point, I gotta clean up. PS3. Didn't you see that I fixed that one yesterday, Sam? Well, with Victor's help. We do have... I could do more PS3s. We can do that if you guys want to. I mean, I don't... oh, yeah, I contacted somebody to try to order 100 Orbis mod chips. It looks like from the website, if I were to try to order them, they would be like about $600 or so for 100 of them, which is actually a pretty freaking good deal. Oh, let me grab the phone really quickly. I'll be back in just a moment. All right. Yeah, that was Ma. Had to answer the call. Had to answer Ma's call. Surprised it makes a buzzing. Expect the caps on the 12 volt. What are we talking about? Oh, an LCD. What's up, Dan? New retro. How we doing? Well, I spent 4 hours with an Amiga buff, and we couldn't figure it out. So Victor wants to read the UART. I don't think that the UART's going to do anything for this guy, but are you still there, Victor? You want to do this, or? Oh, okay. The 1361 mouse is for the Commodore 64. Okay. Oh, Xbox One power brick. Okay. We would send any. I don't know what that means. God, yeah. Well, this customer, it was the one that I was working on as Turbo Duo for like. Okay, yeah, we can do it. Um, I've been working on his Turbo Duo for like a couple weeks, and since he felt like he owed me something, he's like, "I'm gonna bring you two Amiga 2000s, and you can have them." And I'm just like, "What?" So yeah, this one is the one we can't get working, but the other one that's sitting over there, even though it has heavily battery damage on it, it actually works. So that's confusing. This one has more damage, but the CPU's halting as soon as it turns on, and we couldn't figure it out. So I did not try swapping the CIA chips or Paula or Denise or any of them, or the Buster chip or anything. So, maybe I could swap those at some point, but I mean, I would assume that if the Amiga guy didn't tell me to do it and he repairs these for a living, then, you know. But yeah, so what do we do here? We got our, so you said the Amiga runs on 5 volts, so we can switch this little dude to 5 volt. Just make sure I switch it back to 3.3 so I don't blow up a PS3. But I got the UART reader, we have RX, TX, and ground. And there's also a diag one, but I don't usually use that one. And VCC as well. Yeah, it is worth testing the other chips in the other machine. That is good. I'll do that sometime, but right now I think everyone's bored of the Amigas right now. I'm a little bit burnt out on the Amiga, to be quite honest. It's beaten me down because I feel like we've done so much on this and nothing's working. So Peter, Mulholland, this will work. Like our UART, if we end up getting any UART out of it, it'll work without these U603, 604s in there. Hopefully. I mean, I guess it won't work, like, but on Paula. Yeah, bad CIAs are not going to cause this fault. Voltage to 4041 of Paula. Right? Of Paula. Of Paula, yeah. The data buffers are for the Zorro slots, so technically you don't need them. Or you do need them if you're using the Zorro slots. So it could just be bad RAM. Anyways, 4041 of... Doink. Alright, now that I don't have a call going on with somebody that needs to hear me and I need to hear them, let's go ahead and put the Jester compilation back on. Oh, okay, thank you, Peter. Damn, you guys are Amiga masters. I didn't even use an Amiga until probably about 4 or 5 years ago. I got an Amiga 1000 about 4 years ago. It's got a cool expansion card in it, but I don't think the RAM is working on it, or something weird is going on with it. But it's like some sort of songbird or memory bird or something like that is inside of it. Okay, so we are plugging this in here because I'm not using the Amiga monitor since we already know the screen is green. And you want me to check the voltage on pins 40. You want me to check the voltage to 4041. Okay, so Paula's pin. How many pins is Paula? The turd bird. What's up, Jason? Let's see. How many pins is Paula? 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 20, 22, 24. So it's 48 pins. 48, 47, 46, 45, 44, 43, 42, 41 is 5 volts, and 40 is 40 is 48 or 41 is 5 volts, and 40 is, god damn it, 48, 47, 46, 45, 44, 43, 42, 41, 40, gosh darn it, is 4 something volts. 4 volts. 41 is 5.1, and 40 is 4 volts. What's a volt between friends? Yeah, 41 is 5.1 volts and 40 is 4 volts. I don't know. I don't know why it's low. Is it supposed to be? Both fine, Peter says. Could there be one sold should be half? So Peter, could there be a short on these what are they? The 74 LS 373s or the 74 245s over here by the RAM? No, because then it would be, so none of the data or address lines are shorted on the actual CPU. Yeah, Keith, we did. So 103 through 106? Oh, Yeah, those are all the guys over here. 103, 4, 5, and 6. There's 3 of them. Yeah. Form a data bus bridge between the custom chips and the CPU. Yeah, Victor and I got that one working. But I haven't finished it up. I need to take the other, the token caps off of the RSX side, run the jumpers, and clean it up. Checks 6:30. Oh, 6 hours and 30 minutes into the stream. Yeah, that was a long effing stream, but it didn't feel like I was streaming. It felt like I was hanging out with my homies, fixing stuff. It was dope. I'm really loving this new trend of like multiple people helping fix stuff. It's like sharing knowledge, what the internet's all about. The PS3 had a bad RSX chip graphics card, so I took off a good working one from another board and put it on this one, and it worked for about 15 minutes, and then it shut off. And then after it shut off, it had a 12-volt rail short, and we found out that it had a blown MOSFET because the token capacitors failed and blew a MOSFET and 3 2.2 smoothing like voltage resistors. So we replaced the MOSFET, the resistors, and the token caps on the CPU side. It should be like that. That is right. It should be like that, but people are, I don't know. Sharing knowledge is the best because you share knowledge, they share knowledge, you get more knowledge, you can do more things. It's like, it shouldn't be a greedy thing. Yeah, I've never seen the token caps fail that completely that they blow a MOSFET. Yep. Cyan. What's going on? Bring the pain. She brought the pain. Yeah, for sure, man. So much work. It is so much work. At least like CPU reballing, like little tiny chips, not so bad, but like something as big as the RSX, man, I really need to get the jigs and everything for this because I absolutely hate the jig for the Jovi. It's terrible. It has like no support whatsoever, and then the support bracket that you can buy for it just sucks. I got these little support brackets for it, but that's true, Micro. Yeah, most of the time. There are some people that, you know, there are some people, I had this one guy, I think he might have had mental issues, but I'm doing a live stream and he messages me on Instagram and he says, hey, I took apart my Xbox One and I put it back together and now the disk drive isn't lined up correctly and it won't like work properly. And I told him like, you know, hey, look, I'm doing a live stream right now. I'm busy. And this is on one of my live streams in the past. And he goes, give me a guide to put it back together. He's like, I'm not asking for your help. I can do it myself. And I'm like, bro, like, I don't have a guide. Like, there's plenty of guides online on how to take it. I personally don't have a guide to give you. He's like, well, give me a picture of how the DVD drive is supposed to fit in. And I'm like, well, I don't have a picture either, and I'm doing a live stream, so I'm not going to stop right now and get you a picture of an Xbox, you know? And so he started cursing at me and calling me all these names and everything. And then he went on all of my business profiles on Google and Yelp and everything and just left me like this slanderous review about how I tried to charge him $80 to fix his Xbox One when there wasn't a problem with it and yada, yada, yada. He was just being an outright prick. But yeah, it was terrible. It was just one guy, though. That's the only time I've ever had that happen. And like I said, he went onto all my profiles. And so I responded to him and said, look, man, you know, you asked me for free help. And then when I told you we charge for diagnostic, you know, and he, I mean, I did give him advice. The advice I gave him was, well, if you put it back together wrong, maybe you should take it apart again and take a look at the DVD drive and put it back together again. Because, like, you probably just didn't put it in correctly. And I'm just like, wow, man. And he left me all these bad reviews and called me all these names, and it's whatever, though. Yeah, Jason, he belongs with the turbo dildo up his butt. All right, Victor, we gonna do this? What do I do? What do I do's? I just keep hoping that I'm gonna turn it on one of these times and it's just gonna work. And it can't be a bad CPU, huh? Yeah, if it happened all the time, Peter, I could understand that. But it's like, not only that, but like doing the live streams, I'm already giving up a lot of my techniques and repairs for people. Like, all you got to do is watch me live stream, and you can see how I do pretty much every damn job that I do. So if you want to do it yourself, you could just watch my videos, and then you could do it yourself. Okay, the CPU's doing what it's supposed to. It's just halted. And you can't drive the halt high just to turn it on, huh? What did that burn the CPU out, huh? I'm just surprised that it was working before the ultrasonic. It was giving me LED codes. I don't know about trade secrets, but some people, it's getting way better for the internet for sure. People are definitely sharing a lot more. It's cool. Okay. Oh, Peter, connect the TXD to pin 41 and the RXD to pin 40, ground to somewhere grounded. Okay. I don't think it is going to do anything, but we'll give it a shot here. So TX is the white one, and that's going to go... Let's go ahead and unplug the power, even though it doesn't really matter. Let's put a little bit of flux. So we're going to be doing... This is a 48 pin, I believe. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 20, 22, 24, 48, 47, 46, 45, 44, 43, 42, 41. So 41, we're going to put a little bit of solder on it. $48, $47, $46, $45, $44, $43, $42, $41. I think it would help if I turned on the fume extractor. 48, 47, 46. 45, 44, 43, 42, 41. See, I have a feeling that, like, there's something on the board that I just I don't know, maybe when I ultrasonicked it, a ball of solder from my work flew somewhere. Maybe it's, I don't know. I mean, that would, I don't know. I think maybe there's a chip that's just bad on it. Because, like, we literally been through everything on this Amiga. Okay, so we have, yeah. Ha. I'll get nothing. Great. Okay, so 74 top left pin, so the first pin, Peter. So pin number 1 on any 74, like this 373, that would be 5 volt there. Oh wait, do we need to put 5 volt? Because 5 volt's already coming in from the RX and TX, so I don't think we need to plug VCC into the chip. Oh, so last pin. Gotcha. Yeah, I mean, generally when I solder, I'm not like sucking in the fumes, even if they're there. Like, I usually hold my breath or, you know, let them go. But I mean, I'm sure it's not good for you. Yeah, not sure we need 5 volt. Okay, so I got the pins soldered. So now I need to get this software that you're talking about. What is it called? Putty? Oh, sad day. What's up, Italian retro guy? Hell yeah, brother. So Putty's site is offline. So what else can I use? Putty UART download. Putty installer. Yes, sir. Yeah, this is an Amiga 2000 that has been trolling me. It sucks because these things are really amazing and rare. Okay, Putty's installed. Sorry, Clips TV or Clips 4 on Scarlet Letter. Sorry, I did not respond as well to you on Twitch. Have I accidentally burned myself when working on these? I've burnt myself for sure. Putty. Okay. Client side, so not this. Serial. COM3. We want COM3. Yeah, that's for sure, or something. And I have the UART reader set to 5 volts. Okay, yeah, COM3 on this. Yeah, at least that's what I do with the PS3s. Yeah, exactly. Sorry, Twitch viewers. I I don't pay attention to my chat very much. I'm usually on YouTube. Dev Manager. Yeah, it should be COM3. COM3. 115,200. Baud rate. Okay. I hope I don't see the magic smoke when I turn this thing on. Yep, speed is set. The baud rate just load. So I have to turn on the Amiga, I'd assume, right? Okay, so now I turn the Amiga on. The Amiga's on, and I don't see anything. Yeah, putty's right here. The Amiga's on, and I see nothing. Zip squat diddly do. Yeah, I can try if that won't hurt anything. Nada. Nothing. Nothing. Yep, nothing. Hey Peter, do you know if I can program the diagram? Yeah, we did try it, Victor. Can I burn the diagram onto a M27C402? A 4002? I knew I had more ROM chips somewhere. I don't know where the hell they are, though. But I don't seem to have any 27C400s. And actually, no, the diagram won't help in this case, right? Because it's not doing anything. Yeah, it's not doing anything, so it's not going to help. Wait. Yeah, we did test it. It was worth a shot. All right. Actually, let me clean that off. So I am a little bit tempted just to make sure that all these chips are working, but could any of the chips cause what's happening? Peter, I think I already asked you that. I think I already asked you that. If you said none of the chips could be causing this to happen. Like I said, what's really weird is last night this thing was booting and it was giving me that the Agnes chip code, the LED code. Yeah, last night it was giving me 10 short blinks and a long blink, which from reading on the interwebs, it is meant Agnes. Oops. Yeah, I just disconnected it and it freaked out. Boop. The Agnes LED code is what I was reading online, is that if it blinks 10 times and then a long one. Oh, it was blinking in a pattern. It for sure was. But it was blinking 10 blinks and then a long blink. But maybe you're right. Maybe it's just... I found the website that does show blink codes. Oh. Okay. Well, then sometimes the internet information is wrong. I could throw it in my ultrasonic cleaner again, but then I just got to wait for this whole thing to dry. And these ports here get a lot of shit in them. So, yeah, thank you, Peter. I appreciate that. Now I will know that for future reference, that they're idiots. There's always idiots out there. And you don't think that a thermal camera will help me find like a bad RAM chip? Maybe the RAM chip is heating up too much. Unfortunately, I had it hooked up in mono, so I couldn't tell what color the screen was. And I never got it to blink. Today, so I have no idea. But as we can see here, if we turn the system on, Agnes is getting warm, CPU is getting warm, Denise is getting warm. And it looks like this top right RAM chip might be the only one getting warm. Or the only one... The Buster chip. Maybe the Buster chip could be bad? No. So yeah, the two CIA chips are getting warm. The Denise and Paula are getting warm. Gary does not look like it's getting warm. The Buster chip doesn't really look like it's getting warm. Maybe a little bit. It's a different reflection. I think that's just a reflection. And the RAM chips, this one's getting warm. Yeah, no, for sure. I know that they're supposed to get warm, but sometimes you can tell when they evaporate too much, too quickly, that it's shorted or something. And using a logic probe on the RAM wouldn't help us. Oh. Maybe the CPU socket's bad because I'm just like yanking on it and you just saw the screen kind of freak out there for a little bit. The data bus bridge. And so you're talking about U105, 106, 103, and 104, right? Yeah, yesterday I was actually getting like a flicker on the screen. Like, it was like almost as if the Amiga was resetting. But again, it was in mono, so I didn't know what color it was. But the screen was like getting a little bit of like flickering across like the top fourth of it. Okay. Yeah, so what would you, I guess, expect you were getting a green screen with that blinking? Probably, yeah. Gotcha. Yeah, this is in mono, so I can do that. Hey, where's my jams? Where's my jams? I can test Gary. Hey, Gary, come for a ride. Come for a ride with me, Gary. We shall show you wonderful things in a Amiga that actually works. You'll get your toes tickled. If I can get you out of this Amiga. If I can do it. It's an awkward angle. Come on, you little turd. Damn, that's tight. Yeah, but it's not. Everything above the Agnes is fine. It's literally just around the, I mean, as far as I can tell, this socket isn't corroded. Oop. But it might be. Come on, switch. Switch. Maybe it is a little bit. Maybe not. Not really. There's a little bit right here. But other than that, it looks pretty clean. I don't have any deoxit, unfortunately. The only thing I have is isopropyl alcohol. I don't even have any sanding stuff. I have a, what do you call it? A Dremel. That's about it. Guess there was a little bit in there, but not much. And Gary looks pretty good. So wait, where was that pin? It was like, yeah, it was like the 3rd or 4th pin. They're all clean. So you think I should test this Gary in the other machine? That would definitely let us know that Gary's working. Let's unplug this. Come on, Gary. We're going on a field trip, buddy. Ouch. Sister 19. Oh, get out of here, scammer. Where are my mods at? I don't think I have any mods in here right now. Micro, are you still in here? Zap them. So yeah, I want to show you how bad this board looks here, but it works amazingly. I don't know how this thing fucking works, but it does. Look how bad this looks. And this works. I mean, it doesn't look too bad. Like, the traces all look good. But the CPU port was also damaged. This was all disgusting, and it works. Look at this. Oh my god. But it works. This one works. This is the working one. The other one actually had trace damage, though. So let's take this Gary out, because this one boots. And I tested it, and the keyboard actually works, but it does have issues, because I couldn't even get the Amiga 500 mouse to work. So I'm assuming that that mouse doesn't even work. And then this thing has the edge in it, or the 60A2630 or whatever it's called. If I can get it out, because the motherboard's not... I need to buy one of those chip puller things again, because I had one and it broke. Chip extractor thingy. Because I like those, they work pretty well. I wonder if there's like a super high quality one that works even better. Because I had a cheap one and the tips broke off. I was afraid of gouging the motherboard with the screwdriver. Oh, that's awesome. I did not know that little tidbit of info there. Alright, finally. Gary, you little bastard. Get on out of there. Hong Kong. It's made in Hong Kong. Is that a fake Gary? Because this one doesn't say that on it. Alright, so let's put the one from the other board in here. And then let's plug in the composite, or mono, whatever the hell it's called. And let's plug in the power. I'm getting nothing. Let me make sure that it's coming through here. Hold on. Hold on. I think it might be just my display. Hold on. Because now my microscope's not coming up, so let me see. Why is that not doing it? Oh, wait, hold on. One should be my microscope. Come on. Switch to the microscope. Huh. Why isn't it not switching? That's weird. It's like something happened with my something happened with my thingamajigger. Now it won't display anything. Let's go back to my microscope. Come on now. Switch over. Well, let me power this thing down and back up and see if that fixes it. Is my OBS gonna crash? It's going okay. We weren't able to figure out the Amiga. Right now I'm just swapping chips. Huh. My scope isn't coming up either. That's really weird. Switch back to the scope. See, it senses the input on my switcher, but for some reason right now, I've never actually had this problem on my stream, so I don't know why it's doing this. Huh. That's weird. Maybe if I take it out of there, will my thing come back? Oh, nice. I don't know what happened, but that sucks. Gate array, yeah. Well, shoot. I can't even get my microscope to come up anymore. That's super weird. I've never had that happen before. Ever. I don't even know what to do. me see if I can. No, I didn't, but I guess I could unplug the Elgato and plug it back in. That might be a good idea, actually. Let's do